And I think that we need to be, you see how we're very intentional about accommodating women? I think there also needs to be some accommodation and push and drive to include young people as well into a lot of these narratives. So yeah,
I like it. Ladies and gentlemen, those have just joined us. It is the Fast Talks, where the faithfully available and teachable leaders come on this platform to inspire and speak to us, have a very brilliant conversation. For example, our lead guest speaker today, Ms. Alia. Again, lovely to have you.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Now, before again we get to the techie, what else do you want to speak to us about that you think you'd love us to know before the techie? Personal. Let me see. Looking at you, I'm thinking, what was your cutest childhood memory? Wow. Wait, did you always know you'd be on TV at this point in time?
I used to do TV.
Yeah.
My parents were always very hard workers.
Okay.
My dad works very hard. My mother worked very hard. So I think naturally I also started working at a young age.
Okay.
My mom used to work at MTN, and she was in charge of marketing and things there. So I used to do voiceovers, and I used to do ads and things like that.
Okay.
And then when I was a kid, I also was on TV. But it's interesting with time. It's not something that I seek after now.
Yeah.
I've done a few interviews here and there. I've been on BBC, but it's not something that I just sit around and I'm like, I want to be on TV. No.
Yeah. No,
I actually, I like to live a very private life.
Okay.
I think that in the digital age, it's very easy for us to just post things. What I had for lunch, what I wore today, outfit of the day, lunch of the day, this is where I'm going, this is where I'm coming from. But I've really learnt the value of privacy.
Yeah, beautiful. Do you know why I asked that? Earlier when we were preparing to come on, I realized how we take some moments for granted. In this moment, we'd like to inspire someone. Because a lot of times when we are going through our work day to day, someone is always watching, right?
Yeah.
And there are times when you're thinking, this is a goal that I'm not able to achieve. So when you wake up in the day as Miss Alia, do you know that, for example, as the year was starting out, we are in November now, Happy New Month, by the way.
Thank you. This is my birthday month.
There you go.
So I'll send my mobile money number and on the 17th.
Consider it done. Did you have it in your goals for the year that this is what actually I think I will be doing on the 2nd of November? Or down the road, among my goals for the year, I think my platform is out there, and I think that's what I wanted to do for the year. And I can sleep off the year now knowing that, yeah, my year is good. Or are there some goals that you think, the year is ending and I'm slacking out?
I think if it's November and you feel like you've accomplished everything that you set out to do in the year, your dreams weren't big enough.
Beautiful.
I do think that. This year has really been a hustle year for me.
Okay.
It was very important for me to start applying myself and putting myself in positions that I previously hadn't been doing. In December as well, typically with my team and the people closest around me, we really do evaluations of ourselves, and the people I work with and people around me often felt like this private life and this introversion of myself was not the version that I needed to have out there with regards to work, and actually encouraged me to do a lot more networking, a lot more speaking engagements, a lot more putting myself out there. Even with regards to the digital platform, we have a membership base, but it wasn't something that was intentional because we weren't doing it. They were just passive users. So my team called me out and they were really like, you need to do more. And this year has really been about that. So I've tried to do at least one engagement every month. You know, so whether it's things like this, whether it's speaking at conferences, whether it's just even posting on Instagram, that I find very hard. I've really tried to put myself out there in a professional field. And then with regards to personal areas as well, I've tried to have discussions with myself about the version that I want to be in a few years to come, and work backwards from there. Yeah, everyone always thinks that getting to where you want to be, you move forward, but I think you move backwards from the goal.
I like first take a little step.
Yeah, like you define it, you box it out, and you're like, when it comes to my faith, I want to be here. When it comes to the relationships I have in my life, if it's, you know, my husband or my partner, if it's my siblings, if it's my parents, if it's, you know, my community, the people I work with, what kind of relationships or what kind of person do I want to be there? And then you create that box or that goal in your mind, and then you take the steps necessary from there. Yeah, but people tend to think that like you move forward, but I think you actually work backwards from where you want to be.
That's my takeaway. I'm not sure about you. Who is watching or listening in? You take a little step back and work it out forward. I like. You mentioned you lead a team. Yeah?
Yes.
How many are they? Do you think you're the fine boss or you're the tough boss? According to what you think. No, but what one or two values have you led the team by that you're sure this is who I am, my team knows it, and this is how I lead my team? Just share with us.
It's been interesting because being, I would say, quite young, relatively, and also owning a business from a young age, and it's been hard to learn how to be a leader. I think that, you know, everyone, especially young people, we were talking about this earlier, you and I, they go into situations and they're like, oh, I'm the CEO, or I'm this owner of the company. We have these titles, but it doesn't always make you a leader in your organization. It doesn't always.
It's not the title. Right?
No, it's not the title. And I think that a lot of times our personalities and where we are in life affect the dynamics that we take into work. So it was hard for me to become a leader or to become the MD that I would say that I wanted to be. It took a lot of time. Building the team that I have today was very, very difficult. I had terrible experiences with staff. I had really bad work experiences with people that you work with, but I would never take even one of those lessons or examples back, because they've shaped, like, you know, my leadership skills and everything. And the team I have now, man, I love those guys. Like, I love you guys. They are my team. They're my team. Like, they'd never let me down. Mistakes are made, but they're not life-changing mistakes where I feel like I don't want to do this anymore with you. And I genuinely feel like my business is not my business anymore. I feel like I'm part of, like, we're building something and we're all building it.
All in it.
And that, like, buy-in, I would say, from my team is so important because it validates everything else that I go through as a leader. But with that being said, I don't know what kind of leader they would say that I am.
We shall leave it for them.
But I think that if they do, if I think about some of the things that I've tried to incorporate in my leadership, I would definitely say I hope my team knows that work is just a job. Like, it's not the end all and be all of everything. That they need to learn to live as well. And sometimes it's hard for them. We have some workaholics on the team that don't want to go home. They know themselves.
Yeah.
But
you won't mention names.
I won't. They know themselves.
Yeah.
Where it's like you know, you'll be in the office and I'm like, guys, can you go home?
Yeah. The work-life balance.
Go home.
Yeah.
But I think now they're starting to get into it. Okay. They go out and not invite me.
Yeah. Noted.
They have parties without me.
Yeah.
But it's okay.
As long as they get to lose.
They have the environment, and I'm glad that even within the team themselves, they've created lasting relationships, because now to me they're more than just team members. That's genuinely they are.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm sure they are watching, listening in, and I'm sure they're going like, yeah, that's a way to end the year. No, beautiful. How long have you done this?
So with regards to investment management, it's been about 3 years now.
Okay.
Before that, I was doing some consultancy work, of course, and it only was until my dad was complaining that he's like, today you're doing this, tomorrow you're consulting this one, then you're doing this, and he's like, organize yourself and formalize. But I actually put it together and created a business and things like that. Yeah.
Beautiful. You keep mentioning your dad.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's a good thing, and I'm thinking there must be a big portion of you that is practically just right there, that has inspired you, that has pushed you, that has made you the person you are. Just share a little snippet on who that person is.
I think parents are very instrumental in children's lives. I think more than they do realize. I think that sometimes a lot of parents are not intentional with their children. But when it comes to things like business, when it comes to work ethics and things like that, my parents are really what drove me. My family is what drives me. My little sister, my brother, like that's my whole world.
Very great support team.
So it's just like they're why I do what I do. I don't know. Nice. I don't do it for anyone else. Myself and my family. So I think as parents as well, it's important to be supportive of your children, their ambitions as well. Because a lot of times when we start out in life, we're doing things to please that immediate
need as a parent, or an immediate gap. So speaking to a parent.
Exactly.
And many online.
And when we start out in our lives, like our parents are our main source of validation. They're who we look up to for what's right and wrong. It's who we fall back on. They're the consistency in our lives and our relationships. So they play a tremendous role in shaping us.
The more you're speaking, the more I'm looking at myself and thinking, On the scale of 1 to 10, where am I as a parent in trying to support my child? A discussion for another day, perhaps, No, but beautiful conversation. If you have just joined us, you're at the Fat Talks. We do this every Thursday, 4 p.m. Join us on the Twitter Spaces and on Smart TV. Thank you very much. Again, it's a privilege to have you here. Now, as you're speaking, and I'm thinking like, what did you mean when you said you did not see yourself getting into the innovations? So what drove you? I know it's a whole digital era, but is that drives you? Is it your team, or is it as a leader, it's where you realize, we need to go in that direction? Because a lot of leaders, at Fat Talks again, we try to raise and host leaders that inspire and also are available to learn and teach. In that way, we know that there must be something. Either it was something that taught you or that awakened you to the possibility of, hey, this is a digital era, guys, let's move. Or was it your team? Was it something that you ran along and said, guys, I think let's move that direction? Or maybe you did some 1 or 2 courses that inspired you?
I wish I could put it down to 1 or 2 things. I can't say that it was one thing. For sure, when we were developing the digital platform, I didn't have the current team that I had now, but they're really have been the most influential in that they're the ones who actually brought it to life. Before that, it was just a concept, an idea that I kept having in the back of my mind and saying, oh, this would be interesting, or maybe we could do it like this. And I always had one version of it.
Okay.
And actually, like my partner, he would always look at the platform, and I always would be like, look what I did. And I think it's because he studied IT. I don't know what it is, but he was always like, this is not okay. It needs to be better than this. It needs to be interactive. It needs to be. So because of that, we ended up, refining and refining and refining how it works. And that's when it really became, a digital platform, and it moved from a concept and an idea that we talked about to being something that people actually use.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you're being inspired. Today we are hosting Miss Alia. I can call you Miss Alia. Yeah. We are talking about the Women Entrepreneurship Platform Africa. That's the platform, the digital platform that was created or is being manned by our lady here and her team. And would like her to speak more into it. Before the platform, of course, again, we have the vision. What was the vision behind you designing that? I know you kind of talked about it to some level, but there are times when you realize if I'm putting something online, it means I need so many people to access it, right? So what's the vision? How ready are you to have all of us just get in there? How does someone access it? How does someone become part of it? And how do you support them?
Yeah. Thank you for that. So firstly, it's only a website, and I think that sometimes when we talk about it, we use a lot of luzungu, and it can be quite intimidating, but it's only a website. So you just log on to Web Africa, so wepafrica.com, and then it comes up. It has business services or business advisory services in 3 different areas. So the first area is for businesses that are existing or just starting out. We have a business plan generator, and what it does is that it is a form that helps you conceptualize in your head and just plan out how your business would run or is running. And this mental process of thinking out, okay, what are my suppliers? How much do I have to pay them? How much are my expenses? How much are taxes? It helps you think through actually running a business, and hopefully it puts you in a position where you know whether or not your business will be profitable, if it's something that you can actually do. And then we have the operations side of it. So we have digital downloadable tools and across different areas where you just download and you're able to use and customize these tools in different areas. So in the finance area, we have like invoice templates. We have revenue and expenditure templates. We have budget templates, because you'll go to a lot of these accelerators and incubators. You'll go to the bank, maybe you want funding from the bank, and then the bank will tell you where are your finances. And as a small business, you'll come back and then you'll think, what are my finances even supposed to look like? Right? They'll tell you, do you budget? You'll go to a financial literacy class. Like today, there's a lot of talk about financial literacy all the time. Financial literacy. And then you're like, okay, I know I have to save. Okay, I know I have to budget, but how? That how is really missing. So the templates are there. You just download them. They're free of charge. Everything on the platform is free, and you use them.
I noticed something though. Before we came, I had a look at the platform. Brilliant platform,
Thank you so much.
I noted one, maybe because it resonated with where I am. You actually help people try to define their business. If you're just trying to think through, how do you do that? Is it the platform, or is that the place where you're advertising the service? On how to help someone put together their business idea and hopefully run them through exactly how you've just been describing it.
Yes.
How is that process run?
So
how can you help me?
So that's the business.
I hope you're not paying for that service.
No, so that's the business plan generator. So as soon as you log onto the website, you'll see it's the first option that comes under business ideation. So you just click it, and it's literally, it shouldn't sound intimidating. It's just a form. And the form has different questions, and if you don't know how to answer those questions, we have an AI generated tool that just gives you sample answers of how you can answer the question, and it just asks you questions in different areas. You respond, and while you're responding, you're mentally thinking about how your business will run. And at the end, you download your document, and then you yourself can read it and think, is this actually a viable and profitable business? But we've had a lot of people go through, and as soon as they reach certain sections, they're like, this one can't work. Because by the time I buy the things from China at this price, I pay URA, I pay shipping, I have to sell them at a margin. I'll be
all
making
those levels you are supporting me, or this is me in my room trying to figure it out?
All of those are the questions that we ask you and you answer. And when you're answering them, you're like, oh, but I hadn't thought about shipping. I hadn't thought about URA. I hadn't thought about, taxes. So when you're going through this and you're thinking through this, that's when you realize, like, actually this is more expensive than or maybe I'll have to approach it a different way. And because of that, less businesses die.
And I like that as well, because you actually brought out a statistic in your data that a lot of ladies' businesses, we tend to really not make it through from the 1st or 5th birthday. And this platform is supposed to help us raise the percentages. So that when we start something, we're actually able to carry through. I was like, I want to sign up for this thing. No, really, because a lot of us, I think, we struggle on our own. And by the time you're thinking, this is it, and it's not. But with some support like that, surely I think I should be able to make it beyond the 1st or 2nd birthday of my company. That's Kalango, but it's okay for me. No, but beautiful. I liked the whole idea, and I liked that people as young, we say it is relative, right?
Yes.
Yeah, let's call you young, because on this table there's one of us is younger than the other. When you have people younger than us, or anyway, the generation that we are on, and they're carrying visions bigger than themselves, that's very life-changing. So for me, it was an honor. I'm like, wow, this is a very great platform. And I ended up having to go through it and again, but more or less about the tool, but more about the idea, the passion to support ladies, the passion to ensure that we are all going ahead together. Those are always powerful platforms and visions. So kudos.
Thank you.
To you and your team somewhere.
Thank you. Yes, me and my team.
Beautiful. Anyway, beautiful. Now, as we are talking, I'm reminded of, I know you got into the innovation space, because a lot of people are actually doing so many different things to transform or help people with businesses. In a way, of course, transforming communities. What is that one or two ideas that you think you run into the community that have caught your eye, like, wow, someone is doing this and I think it's making an impact in the community space, wherever you are? What do you think?
I think there are a lot of examples of people helping within the communities, and a lot of individuals that help as well. It's very interesting to see that when you're able to help one person or two people, that person as well can go and help someone else. I couldn't say that I have specific examples of people helping communities, but I just know that there's so many. There's so many, especially those that are targeting women. Like you have Her Working Women. We recently did something with them. They have a a marketplace that's coming up, I think, on the 18th of November. And Natalie Bitature has done a wonderful job in creating a community for women. She's so inspiring. You have a lot of different banks and financial institutions that are trying to help women as well. You have, you know, there are conferences specifically even targeted towards helping women break barriers to trade. We recently had the Baroness Sandy Verma from the UK who came to speak about, you know, trading in Africa, so that when we look at our businesses, especially our women-run businesses, that it's not our small businesses, but we're able to look at them as big industrial, international, you know, cross-border transactional businesses. And they ran a wonderful, wonderful conference, Breaking Barriers to Trade conference, that was at the Sheraton on the I think it was the 18th of October, and they're going to do it again next year. So it's really something to look out for. But even if you go into your small communities, you will find change makers there. You'll find people that are dedicated to transforming their communities. Even in families, you'll find aunties that are paying school fees for kids. You'll find, you know, people that are really helping out their communities. I think it's everywhere. It's everywhere, and it's wonderful.
It's beautiful for people to have beyond self, some really powerful stuff. Oh, we also have Fidelis. You know Fidelis Institute?
Yes,
Fidelis, yes. Yeah, it's a training institute, ladies and gentlemen. We train leaders. You know that? We train leaders to be very available and to serve their communities. Faithfully available to serve their communities. Such as that, transforming lives through training and trainings of leaders. That's what we do. And Fat Talks is part of the platforms that we actually host, so that we are able to showcase or have conversations with brilliant thought leaders out of such trainings. Now, anyway, one thing for sure is when I think about the digital era, and then I think about this, I read something from your platform, again, that speaks about agribusinesses. I realized quite some new thing about agribusinesses and then technology. I don't know if you have realized the same thing. Do you have something that you just want to speak to in that area? Agribusiness, technos, innovations?
There are quite a few innovations happening in the agriculture space, quite a few. People are changing a lot of the ways that they interact with agriculture. I think that a lot of youth are not interested in farming, in agriculture in general. I prefer to focus more. I think there is greater value in value addition, production, processing, and things like that when it comes to agriculture, but there is still a lot of space for agriculture and farming, but interestingly enough, youth don't tend to be very interested in that area. But farming is stressful.
It is.
It's very stressful. I respect farmers and people in that space because it's very difficult. But there are a lot of innovations in that space. You know, you have different technologies. Now people are using drones to even provide solutions like watering plants and crops and irrigation. You have vertical farming that's happening right now. That's so interesting, where they're farming going up and not you know, horizontally, which is so interesting. So there's so many innovations in that space, and I feel like Uganda, where 80% of our land is arable, should we not be leading in that space?
Right? Should we not be?
Especially since I feel like we're some of the smartest people in the world.
You're smart. We are smart. Why I brought out that example, it is more to speak into, when we got into agriculture and then technology, it's a whole different zone in a way. It's as if we had to break a few norms or barriers? Because you know, you used to just, either it's a robot or it's something that is happening that, that is expected, yeah? But now, back to the space of the woman or a woman leader. Do you think there are some barriers you as a person you had to break to get to, you know, there are some things, for example, imposter syndrome, some cousins of mine called imposter syndrome. There are quite a number of things that as ladies we sometimes have to cross over. There are some that would have to say beyond imposter syndrome, maybe the ability to stand up for ourselves, maybe because of culture, maybe because of upbringing. Speak into that space of people, because while we are here, we are trying to encourage a few women.
Yeah, that's such an important topic, and it's something that I have had to face, of course. I think that anyone who has gotten anywhere in their lives from A to B has had some kind of challenge. I think it's exacerbated when you're a woman and you're a young woman, especially in Uganda. I feel like young women are sometimes taken advantage of because of their naivete, and also because we have a culture of resignation when it comes to issues like that. Okay. But of course it is something that I have faced. I've learned, as you know, a woman, there are certain situations that before I would think are normal, but now I know that are not normal. And it actually, I think it took me being in a very strong relationship, I would say personal relationship with my partner, where he actually was the one who pushed me to say, I understand that the majority of your clients are men, and that you're young and you're trying to prove yourself, but it's okay to say no. It's okay to say no, and you don't have to justify it. If you feel that you're not comfortable, if you feel like you're in a space where it just doesn't feel right, don't. And you don't have to explain it to that person, or you don't have to feel like, women, we tend to have this thing where we need to prove ourselves.
Always
as if people pleasing, like you always have to go the extra mile, you always have to. And he really is the one who really said to me, no is to learn that no is a full sentence.
Beautiful.
And it's very important for girls to know. You have situations even with the colleagues and ladies that we work with, where we will have some of our clients say, let me meet you at 6. Let me meet you at 7:30. What office is open at that time? You know? Where they're like, oh, I can't come to the office to sign these documents. Okay, sir, can we bring them to you? Yes. And then they send you their house address. Sometimes these things and then someone is thinking, how am I need these documents signed. You're not actually mentally thinking about the fact that a man has invited you to his home. What reflection is that on you and how he sees your professionalism? And I'm not saying that every guy who tells you bring me my papers to sign at home is, you know, in that area. Of course some genuinely actually don't even think like that, but sometimes they're also not the majority. So I think it's important that especially when we're young women, to always be alert, to always be in situations where if things don't feel right and we're not comfortable, it's not about us being emotional. It's not about us having to people please or go the extra mile because we are women. Men have lived their entire lives being mediocre, and there's still majority of them running the world. So I think a mediocre woman is also fine. For you to do your absolute best is what matters. You don't need to be doing cartwheels to please people, especially when it's in environments and situations where you're not comfortable. And I would love it if every young girl knew that. And I hope that the men in, you know, these girls and women's lives also make them feel as confident and comfortable, because it comes from them as well. For your partner to say, sometimes, you know, we have like difficult partners that tell you, why are you picking up your phone after 6? Why are you But also for them to speak into these things, like, you know, your father or your brother or your husband will tell you things like, why is that man calling you at 6? And then you'll just take it, or why is that man calling you at 9? And for you, you'll just take it as, that man, he's very difficult, he doesn't let me. But sometimes it is speaking to things greater than just, you know, just work and just professionalism. And if you have supportive male figures in your life, and if you're a man and you're watching, it's important to be a supportive male figure in a woman's life, because that's how she's easily able to establish boundaries. And don't just talk it, live it. If you don't want your daughter or your wife or your niece to be treated a certain way by a man, it starts with you. You need to treat the women around you with respect. Because you're not gonna tell me, respect yourself, cover yourself, you know, work hard, be a respectable woman, and then at the same time you're creating environments where people with those same values and ethics have created space within their lives, within your life, but you're expecting A from one side and expecting B from another. It doesn't work. So if you want your wife and your daughter and your nieces and the women around you that are important to you to be treated with respect, to have boundaries when it comes to certain things, you need to ensure that you're also exercising them within your life. It's very important.
I needed that to come out. You know why? I'm imagining the value system that you run at your, or with your team actually, because at the end of the day, for a team to be able to channel out innovations, there's definitely a team leader with values. There's a value system that you're running by, and now I can see with your passion and strong passion, I will insist, I can imagine the team behind the different innovations. Now, when we go back to the women, the web, was it your first innovation? Is there something else we are looking forward to? Or is there something that you did, you haven't told us before we go to the WEPA?
If you want me to spill my secret?
Well, pay for Kalangu.
Well, we are looking, because we do investment management. We have invested in a few other tech businesses. We're trying to get them past proof of concept, move on. Trust me, one of my weaknesses is that I'm a perfectionist. And you know, there's some people who say, I'm a perfectionist. It's exciting. But I'm someone who will read a sentence in a document and check that someone has put 2 spaces between
the dots.
So by the time we've put it out there and the platform is launching, it's really something that I'm super comfortable with. So there are more things coming, hopefully, inshallah, by God's will, and we hope to talk about those things when they do come. But right now we are very, very focused on the entrepreneurship platform, and we hope that a lot of you will use it, because it's free.
It's free. That's what I feel. It's so free. And then there's that link that mentions be a member. If I am a member, what are the benefits? Why do I have to be a member?
So membership,
that's also free, right?
Yes.
There's a membership fee.
No, at the moment there's no membership fee. It's important for me for the platform to remain free, because when I started my business, or when I started working, I actually worked out of a restaurant. My family kept saying, we can pay for you to get an office and you get a place to work. But it was important to me that I built something sustainable. So I had 3-4 like Cheerios, as they call them. But now we call them clients.
Okay, noted.
But I had like 3 or 4 clients, and I do the school run, so I pick and drop my sister at school every day. And she goes to school in town, and it was just too expensive to like drive from my home all the way to town, drive back home, work, and then come and pick her up in a few hours. So I would work, at a restaurant and really manage my expenses. And sometimes I felt very overwhelmed with like doing business, because you can do the technical side of business. It's 2 areas. You have the technical side of business, in that the services that you provide, and then there's a completely different side to business, which is running a business, which is now taxes.
Yeah, the real
I really
issues.
hate that word. Taxes. You are a. They know how much you're supposed to pay in taxes, but they don't want to tell you. And then if you pay the wrong amount, you're in trouble. Like that just doesn't make any sense to me. But anyway, that's a global issue. You know, there's administrative issues. URSB, you have to do annual returns. It's just so much to running a business outside of the actual services or products that you provide as a business. And I had to go through a lot of learning how to do that, learning you know, how to make invoices, how to use a contract, you know, how to record my expenses, that it's just that now that I've gone through that hustle and we have climbed that hill, we're still climbing it. It's like, why wouldn't I create space for other women to be able, or other people to be able to use things that I have found useful? And when I think about all of the templates that are on the platform are templates that I have used in my business and in my life as a business.
Experience them.
Exactly.
And
but I now think back to the time where I had to pay someone 80K for an invoice. You get what I mean? 50K for, and people don't have that money. Small businesses, they don't have money to be spending on that, even when they need it. Even when they need it, they don't have the money. So I look back at that version of myself, didn't have a lot of money, but had a business and had a dream. So it's important that we are facilitating women and small businesses in the same way.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
I like it. You know why?
Because it's free.
It's free. Because it's free. Why? Because, again, it goes back to the startups. There are not many things you'd want to cost or spend on when you're just starting up. And then when you find a support crowd like that, definitely I'll sign up like all the different businesses that I would own in a way. Right? Yeah. But also importantly, thinking about a startup, but your platform. What if we are so many millions that have decided to bombard your site? Do you have a support team?
Yes, there is a support team.
24/7?
It's not 24/7 because I did tell you that my employees have lives. There's life outside work. And I think it's a Gen Z millennial thing. Like, we can't come and kill ourselves.
Well, you saw us kill ourselves? Or
like what? You,
I'm saying
I
us,
don't know.
The generation before the Gen Z. You saw us kill ourselves?
I feel like you guys really
But we are alive.
Yeah, you're alive, but also the economy now is not working. So clearly working hard all the time, full time, is not optimal, because now young people can't own homes.
You can't say that. I've seen young people own homes. So I don't know.
I think exceptions.
Anyway, I get it.
I mean, like, owning a house is so expensive, and your
you could have two different teams. You could have a team working in the night, another one during the day. I mean, support us. The global village. What if you're from wherever we sign up?
Of course, when the demand comes, we will, speaking seriously now.
To the demand. Sign up, guys. Sign up.
Sign up so that we can please become members of Web Africa. So that we can get a night team. So that if can have support at night. But we do have support, but it's right now.
It is what is available.
But it's there. They're supportive. If you do send messages at 2 a.m., we'll get back to you at an appropriate working time.
And the message is there. We shall get back to you at an appropriate time.
Working time. Yes. We are not going to reply messages at 2 a.m.
What's the link again?
Web Africa, WEPAfrica.com. Have you got that? WEPAfrica.com. We are supporting women, entrepreneurs, and even men. The platform is dedicated to women because women are I would say don't have the same luxuries as men with regards to movement, time. Also, we're trying to increase the number of women in women businesses that are active and reduce startup mortality rates for women in business. But the platform is digital, it's online. Then no one's going to scan and make sure that you're a woman. So if you are a man, and we do have men on the platform, if you are a man and you own a business and are struggling in these areas, please do use it. And we also intend to provide trainings for youth, because it's important to me that at least from the ages of 15, if you feel like traditional university is not for you, you're able to plug into these areas and create something that aligns with your passions. So if you can use a website and you want to start a business, or you have a business that you want to run, log on. We are not saying that it's only for women, but women, we've created this for you.
Very clear. You have done an amazing thing, because at Fidelis, ladies and gentlemen, another institute that actually trains leaders, we also do women, but we have also created, it's a platform created by women, but we also do support women and men. We train leaders, right?
Yeah.
Leaders to be faithfully available and also to be teachable, because I mean it's a dynamic world, right?
Yes.
So I like that you mentioned that it's a platform created by women, supporting women, but gentlemen also.
Yeah.
Welcome. Yeah.
I think it's important. You know, I really like to advocate for women empowerment and you know, the elevation and equity within our communities for women, but I don't think that it needs to come at the expense of men.
Yeah. Yeah.
And sometimes they are left out of the narrative.
Exactly.
And so are youth.
Exactly.
Yeah. And it's important. You know, 70% of our demographic is under the age of 30. So if we're not looking at young women and men to help create spaces for them, to teach them, who is going to fix these problems that the baby boomers created, where we can't afford homes?
We're noting that as well. As who worked hard.
I'm just joking. You guys never went on holiday. Now when people go on holiday, it's such a big thing.
Like, what? Yo, I'm on holiday. You actually
when was the last
guilty.
time you went on leave? Eve, please tell me, like, genuinely.
Currently. This is me on leave.
You're on leave, but you're here talking to me.
This is me on leave.
This is not ideal.
No, seriously.
This is not soft life.
I was trying to check our Twitter spaces, see if there's somebody speaking to us, but please do let us know your comments, and of course any questions, would love to respond to them. Thank you for joining us, everyone that has logged in and those that have taken the time to watch our Smart TV. Thank you to Smart TV as well, and thanks to our guests still here with us. Still here with us, you're not going anywhere.
I'm ready to stay. I'm committed.
You're committed.
Yes.
You're not yet on leave.
If I was on leave, I wouldn't be here.
Yeah. Lucky you. This is me being on leave. Anyway, one or two more things.
Tell me. Ask me.
I ask you. I'm trying to see if I get personal or I don't shock you.
Personal?
Yeah. No. Anyway, still about communities and innovations. Now this is me not being personal. Weapon. You know, there are different, it's like what you mentioned about, there are different talks about financial, you need to do that, you need to do this, you need to do that. Do you have scheduled, should I say, classes, or is it when I sign up as a member, then you sign me up in some structured class, or I sign up and then, hey, let's get back to you.
Yeah.
What level are you?
So next year, we will be reaching out with an annual calendar, and we will have both themed and non-themed trainings and workshops that will happen on different areas of the platform. And we're looking to provide physical trainings that leverage the digital tools that we have on the platform, because it's very important to provide the both. So we'll be plugging into existing workshops and existing platforms that target women and people in businesses as well, people in business, not just women. But we'll be plugging into existing ones. We'll be having individual workshops. So that's why it's very important that you sign up for to sign up to become a member. Because when we do have those workshops and we do have those trainings, you're informed and you're the first to know. Yeah.
Why I asked that, of course, again, before we came, I signed up. I'm your first or 100th client. And I'm thinking, I need to sign up for this thing. Or was at the end of my being a member? How do I get feedback? How do I know what other programs are existing? Or when, after Fidelis training, how do I get to WEPA trainings and stuff like that? So you provide a schedule that usually would run maybe through the year?
It runs all throughout, it will run all throughout the year.
With that, is that where you're going to get us with a cost? Or
no.
It's still free?
Yeah, because even if you attend
Ladies and gentlemen, it's still free. You're free as a member?
Yes, you have accessibility as a member, but we're also hoping to leverage digital tools and social media to provide these trainings for people where they are. Because people don't have time to come and sit the whole day from 9 to 5 and listen to you talk about how to run your business, because they have their businesses to run. They have deliveries to make. They have clients to call. So we want to be very intentional and thoughtful about how we teach. It's very important.
I like that, because I'm still speaking for the other person who's still figuring their business out. So as much as I may have the business to run, I'm running sales here and there, deliveries, there's still that person who's like me, is trying to figure out what's the business idea and how do I grow through it. And that's a very important person to tap into. And I'm glad, again, ladies and gentlemen, it's still free. So you sign up, be a member for free, and then wait for your response for free and be trained for free. And then, of course, I'm imagining there will be lots of stuff in there.
And you can also sign up to our social media pages, where you will be able to see all of it. It's always Web Africa, where you'll be able to see any upcoming events that we're having, engagements, collaborations that we're doing.
I'm already feeling like we'll do a collaboration with Fidelis. I keep saying Fidelis.
It's in the work.
But that will be a very nice collaboration, I think. Let's lift women. Let's lift people who are struggling. People are very busy these days. It's hard to have support groups. I know in movies you have support groups for either alcoholism and stuff like that. But support groups to help people raise their businesses. And that's a powerful thing to transform lives. Right?
Very important.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, what's been your takeaway? I really hope you have enjoyed and still enjoying our conversation. Very nice to have you.
Thank you for having me.
At Fat Talks again, we are actually having our third cohort next year in February. Feel free to check out our site on LinkedIn or our website and log in and sign up. Let us build leaders that are able to shine, like my colleague here, that are able to be available to raise communities to another level. We need leaders, fresh new breed, right? Of leaders that are very ethical, that are very available to serve and transform these communities. But now in your day-to-day, we are talking about innovations. Hence, ladies and gentlemen, if you just joined us, we've been speaking about WEPA. WEPA is a women entrepreneur platform that has been designed by yours truly, Miss Alia, and her team to support women, and she says men as well, who are starting up businesses. Right from the ranges of how you start it up, how you run it, how you run the finances. What a powerful support community. I like it already. 2024, here we come.
But don't wait until then, start today.
I'm just trying to wind down there. Allow us to live. You said we need to live. So allow us to have a life now and start the year in gear. No, but of course, sign up now so that you plan and know how your year is going to run, right? You're paying me for that, Kalango. Beautiful.
Thank you.
Anyway, we want to run down. As we cool it down, as we close it down, encourage your sister there. Now not to me, because me, I've been encouraged. Trying to start up, trying to break through barriers of fear, culture. Where am I coming from? Every time I wake up in the mirror and I'm thinking, I don't think I can do this.
Yeah.
But hey, lady here, before she even makes it to the what floor is you, we won't ask. She's making it. We call it arriving, but it's okay. Encourage somebody, a lady there. Okay, and a gentleman, of course, who would love to sprout out, get out there and run their business as well. And get out of the statistics of, hey, beyond 2 years, you won't make it, you know? Yeah. Talk to us. I'm taking notes, so talk to us.
I would always say it's never too early and never too late to chase your dreams and go after what you want to do. It's just a matter of starting, and that's the hardest step, to start and to keep going. Sometimes we look at people who own these exceptional businesses and who have done so much with, you know, so little time. You're like, wow, you're so young to be doing that, or wow, you've accomplished so much. But the only difference between them and yourself is the fact that they just do it. And a lot of us just go on and on around in our heads, making excuses and not putting in the work. So let's not talk about being successful and talk about how we have dreams, but let's just actually do it. Even if it's terrible, even if it doesn't come out the way that you want it to, eventually it will. I do believe that. But it can't happen until you just start and put in the work.
I agree. Look at that. Thank you. Those on our Twitter spaces, thank you for joining us. And those that are watching us, thank you so much for taking the time to tune in and listen and have a conversation at Fat Talks. I hope you've enjoyed it. I'm still enjoying it. One more thing to your team.
Yes.
What would you want to say to them? Make this like an appraisal moment. Maybe it would inspire some other leader out there. How do you inspire your team? How do you appraise your team? How do you make them still feel a part of the vision? Because
do they feel a part of the vision?
That's how it looks like for you.
We're speaking on their behalf now.
You know, there's that.
But you've met some of my team.
Oh yeah, I met some of them.
You've met some of my team.
They actually looked in sync, like, this is our guy. We are with her.
I know, right?
Do or die. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing for a team leader, right? Team. Yeah, because you've given us a story. You had that trail where you had tested all the frogs here and there, stuff here and there not working out. But now you're feeling like, I could hang in here for a bit. There must be something that you did. Inspire us in terms of leadership, because those are what we actually use when we are trying to train, but also transform lives. You know, innovation is not so techy, it's also through how we use our speech, our leadership skills, and all. So how
Smart 24, driving business.
Within the space that you work that complement you, and not, sometimes complementing doesn't mean that are like you, but sometimes it means people that are not. Sometimes when we go to run businesses and own businesses, we tend to want to hire to replicate ourselves. And I haven't found that that's always the best thing to do. I think there are certain things about work and culture that you want to replicate, but it's more important to create individuals within themselves that can apply themselves and help to grow a business, but also with yourself, right? Because culture, it begins at home. Don't expect your staff to come in at 8 if you're not coming in at 8. Don't expect them to work late when you're not working late. Be open with your team. You know, tell them where we're going, what we're doing, why we're doing it. I would say, and also make them feel like, I try and make my team feel like we're all in this together.
That's why they have that.
Yeah, like we're all in this together. Like if it was, I don't know, Vanessa or, you know, someone else, or Molly or someone else from the team who was doing this interview, show up for your team. Give them opportunities. You know, it's not always you who has to be on camera. It's not always you who has to give the presentation. It's not always you who has to. I think good leadership starts from the back. Empower your team, pull your team forward. Create a space where they can come and talk to you. Come and tell you, I don't think we should do it this way, or what do you think of this? Ask them for their opinions. Something that I really used to do before is, because I don't like confrontation, I just used to leave things on the side, and then I'd be like,
sort themselves
yeah, and then not come and address things. But with the team I have, with the team I had before, when you would address things, things wouldn't be addressed. So in the end, you're just like, let me just, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But with the team I currently have, I feel like I'm going to complain about something, and then they're going to understand the problem, and then they're going to actionably move forward and find solutions and ensure that it's not happening again.
So you're more confrontational.
Yes. So personally as well, you have to have that development as a leader to know, I'm not going to be a leader to be liked. Correct. I'm here to get results.
Okay.
I'm here to make
now
money.
You're speaking to your team.
You see what I mean? Like, so even if it's okay. It's okay that they don't like you. It's okay that but my team like me. They do.
We'll do an evaluation after this.
Yeah, we should do an evaluation. But the way that I know that they like me, oh my God, when it's my birthday, you know, they always remember the small things they tell you. They send me messages. They're like, you know, we're here for you. What can we help you with today? And I don't know if they're just wonderful people, because they're such wonderful people, or they're just a great team.
You don't deserve them.
I don't know. No, I do deserve them. But I feel that it's rare when the people that you work with translate professionally, but also personally, you know? And I try and make them feel like if we have a problem as a company, we all have a problem. One of the people we work with, she's doing CPA, so you know, she comes and tells us, she's like, I need to study from this time to this time, so we all sit down, we work around that. If someone is like, you know, but support has to come from everywhere. You're going to sit in your office with your AC and then say that you run a company. No, it's about collaboration and helping. If there are things that are due and I feel like we're overstretched in the company, I go and I do the work so that they can also feel like, you know, that I'm contributing as much as they are. And hopefully it translates when we do the evaluation. But I have really learned to most importantly be comfortable with who you are as a person, because everyone else in your business is replaceable except you when you're building it. So if you are building based on an inauthentic version of yourself, it's not going to be successful. Do you get what I mean?
I get it, but that's like a development thing, something you develop, I guess, along the way, realize, this is me being fake. I need to be real, right?
Yeah.
Yeah? I like this lady. You like the lady, I know, but the time. The time. Hasn't it been great and wonderful?
It's been so wonderful. Thank you so much for having me.
Pouring into us. You make leadership so sweet. Like, I want to be a leader, you know, manage a team, be sweet to me, remember my birthday, let's run business. Let's transform communities through products and innovations. I mean, that has to come with a powerful leader to make that happen, right? It's been beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to get to a close. We haven't seen anyone has a question. Some questions running here on our Twitter spaces. And to mention but a few, just a second, in a way, some people may have to say hello, or maybe some want to join your team because of a birthday thing or something. Well, while that is coming on, the last parting shots to us in terms of innovations, like ladies. I noticed there are quite a number of innovations, ladies awards, young ladies trying to do several innovations, especially in the women's spaces, and there are great awards going on in there. Encourage that person who didn't get the award the last time when there were awards running around to keep going.
I think when it comes to awards don't pay the bills.
They make me feel good.
Yeah, but I think your validation, I think the validation in what you do and your business should come from more than just an award or someone giving you a pat on the back. I think that's so important. When we're driving our Benz from our successful business, it's not going to matter how many awards we have on the wall. But the awards are nice. Apply. We can't have 50,000 winners. But I think that the focus should be more on productivity. It should be more on being successful. To yourself. Define what success is to yourself, and if it's authentic, it won't be other people's praises. It will be internal. And if you are self-validated and you feel that you are doing a good job, I feel, for me, I feel that that's more than the outside validation. I don't think it should drive you.
Yeah, totally get you. Part the ladies out there that are driving innovations, that are actually after transforming communities through their brains, using their energies and knowledge to make sure they are supporting communities out there through education, through health, through a number of sectors, right? Power to you ladies, and we encourage you to keep going. You're doing a great job, and we'll host you one of these days to inspire other people as well. Thank you again. It's been Fat Talks, faithfully available. We are teachable leaders that you are raising at Fidelis Institute. So join us and sign up. We have a third cohort coming up next year, 2nd of February. You'd want to be a part of that leadership cohort. You will develop, you will grow, and trust me, it will be mind-blowing. You will change and actually adopt a few values that we need in this nation to be able to drive change and transformation. Thank you for your time. Thank you for joining us, and thanks. Will join us again. Please feel free. We can have her again on another subject, of course. But thank you for your time. You as a viewer and our listeners on Twitter, X Spaces, please have a very nice evening. We'll see you again.
Smart 24, driving business.
Anachindesa speed. Mpayo ntya kumbaga ya mwenemu ngankozesa momope. Iwe jo yete bantu bawayo. Owayo kya oli ne sente. Ndi mu mutwalo. Mutwalo nga gutwelewo.
Mutwalo nga guvaawa.
Leta amoni. Go amakaliba kodi omuntu aguba kuziremeka.
Oba itano oba mukaaga awo wati wagati.
Zero diswike 3. Logo mutwalo gwendi.
Mulagirire.
Mukone gasta ndala mukaaga 5.
Ndala mukaaga 5.
Sita 3. Yo ash. Yes.
Merchant code.
Eta merchant code ya tamu ensangu. Sanvu emirundi 3.
Negawo tamu esente doli kuwayo.
Guno mutwalo gwembako.
Tamu piniyo totulimba.
Gogo mazo sasu. Buji. Kyabazinga nebazizi
kisada kirine sente.
Kisada kiba musente.
Mone kisada kigayiga.
Mutwalo gutidu.
Pay or shop with MTN Momo and get cashback every week. It's free of charge. Use the Momo app or dial *165*3#.
Luxury redefined at Seasand Hotel as you indulge in the splendor of elegant living fit for the royalty that you are. Step into comfort, pampering and blissful customer-centric service as you select from our range of comfy, exquisite living quarters furnished to meet with your royal preference. Surrounded by scenic beauty, our tropical setting allows you to escape the glamorous ordeal of city life. Our ambient green gardens will guide you to a place of revitalizing rest. The 3-star restaurant caters to your palate, serving your choice menu ranging from exotic cuisines to local delicacies. Our chefs will serve you full course meals for a truly out-of-this-world culinary experience. Our fully stocked bar to whet your throat, from renowned global brand whisks, brandies, gins, beers and wines to our locally celebrated beverages, you will not lack for any brewage. It's an all-new experience in the East at CSUN Hotel. So visit today at Plot 15 to 19 Spire Road, Ginger, or contact us on +256 751 719 960 and +256 785 354 614 for reservations. CSUN Hotels, luxury redefined.
This is Jordan. When it comes to classwork, Jordan is magic. Jordan shines. Jordan makes his peers better. Jordan is a true leader. White Star Magic family, be a leader, be magic.
Say goodbye to paperwork and travel costs. Now every MTN customer can register to invest in securities anytime and anywhere with Zabu in a few simple steps. Step 1. Dial *292#. Step 2. Select option 1. Register with Zabu. Step 3. Enter your full names. Step 4. Enter your national identification number. Step 5. Enter your national identification card number. In 24 hours, you will receive an SMS confirming your registration. Congratulations, you are now ready to invest. Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Farming practices are evolving in incorporating new technologies to address the challenges of agriculture, especially in arid regions like United Arab Emirates, UAE. UAE's commitment to modern farming techniques is essential for ensuring food security and sustainability. The UAE has embraced modern farming practices, which likely includes hydroponics, aeroponics, and other advanced technologies to grow crops efficiently in desert environments. The adaptation of modern farming in desert areas is crucial for countries like UAE, where traditional agriculture may not be feasible due to limited water resources and harsh environmental conditions. Mentioning the world's largest vertical soliless facility in Bostania showcases the innovative approach to agriculture. Vertical farming allows for maximization space and resource efficiency, producing an average of 3,000 leafy greens daily in a significant accomplishment. This efficient production can help meet local demand for fresh produce and reduce the need for imports. Saving 95% less water is a remarkable achievement. In water-scarce regions, conserving water resources is crucial for sustainable farming. The absence of pesticides highlights the commitment to environmentally friendly and sustainable farming practices. The UAE's investment in modern and sustainable agriculture is not only beneficial for the country's food security, but also serves as an example for other regions facing similar challenges. This technology-driven approach to farming can potentially be a solution to global food production issues, especially in areas affected by climate change and water scarcity. Bostanica translates to your garden in Arabic, reflecting the farmer's mission to provide fresh and locally grown produce in the urban setting. Bostanica holds a distinction of being the world's largest vertical farm, covering a vast area of 330,000 square feet. It is a significant investment in modern agriculture. The facility represents a substantial investment of approximately $40 million. This substantial financial commitment highlights the importance of vertical farming in the future of sustainable agriculture.
Bostanica, we are a soilless facility that produces 3,000 kg, 3 tons daily of leafy greens. We are the world's largest vertical farm. zero herbicides, zero pesticides and all, and we use again 95% less than water than traditional agriculture. So whereas in 1 kg of leafy greens in conventional farming you would use 317 liters of water, at Bostanica the same 1 kg of leafy greens would be consuming only 15 to 17 liters of water, which is 95% less, and we're proud of this.
Bostanica boasts an impressive annual output of 1 million kilograms, that is 10,000 metric tons of fresh produce per year. On a daily basis, it produces 3 metric tons of produce. This level of the production can help meet the growing demand for locally sourced and sustainable food. The farm employs efficient growing techniques, with a journey from seed to plant-led taking just in 2 weeks. This indicates an advanced technology and precision agriculture methods used in this facility. Bostanica cultivates a wide variety of crops including beet, parsley, lilac, Moni romani, ruby sky spinach, kale, arugula, microgreens, mixed herbs and strawberries. This diversity allows for well-rounded selection of fresh produce for consumers. Overall, Bostanica serves as an exemplar of the potential of vertical farming to revolutionize agriculture for producing large quantities of high-quality, locally grown food in urban areas, reducing the environment impacts associated with traditional farming methods, and addressing the growing demand for sustainable and fresh produce. The United Arab Emirates has indeed been actively championing its efforts towards a clean energy transition with ambitious goals aimed at producing 100% green energy by 2050. Here are some of the key points highlighting the UAE's commitment to clean energy. The UAE has made significant investments in solar energy infrastructure and has emerged as a global leader in this field. It boasts 3 of the world's largest solar installations, including Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum Solar Park in Dubai, which is the largest single-site solar project globally. The UAE ranks as the 6th highest per capita consumer of solar energy in the world.
My name is Mohammed Jama. I'm acting Vice President for Clean Energy and Diversification. Thank you for having me today. We're here today at Solar Park at Dubai. This is called Mohammed bin Rashid Solar Park. This is the largest industrial solar park in one place in the world. By 2030, we'll have 5,000 megawatt. Currently, we stand at 2,427 megawatt. This is a project which is being built by phases. We started in 2013, and then every time we progress, as the city grows, we have phases. So we add 200, 300 megawatt, 900 megawatt, and so forth. And currently we stand at 2,427 megawatt. The aim is by 2030 we'll have 5,000 megawatt. Of course, this is very important and a strategic project for us for green energy production, and His Highness is very much advocate to have green energy to supply the city the power. With this, the project model is IPP. Which we do is what we ask the developer to come and build, own, operate. So the developer will provide the financing, he will provide the technology, and he will provide the operation. And as a result, DEWA will guarantee we will purchase the electricity for 25 years. And similarly, it has benefit to the environment. This solar park, by the time it finishes in 2030, will reduce 6.5 million tons of CO2 annually.
Smart 24, driving business.
made up of over 80 islands, all located within Lake Victoria, the world's second biggest freshwater lake, is following this noble transformation path. All transformational and development journeys have champions or captains. In this one, Kalangala Infrastructure Services lies at the center.
Kalangala Infrastructure Services is a private limited company. It's the first public partnership of its nature, and I believe it's still the only one that we have in the country. It's a multi-sector company. We are present in 4 different sectors: road, marine transport, power, and water. Now, you recognize that these constitute basically the backbone when you talk about infrastructure of any economy.
The company runs a modern and unique power generation system that taps into both nature's providence and diesel to generate power for the islanders consistently without cases of...
In Kalangala, we have a solar thermal hybrid power plant constructed and being operated by Kalangala Infrastructure Services. The total installed capacity of this plant is 1.6 megawatts. The 1.6 megawatt comprises of 0.6 megawatts of solar and then 1 megawatt of thermal coming from the diesel. It is up to the system that controls to determine which technology is used for supply.
Today, Kalangala Infrastructure Services runs 2 ferries, that is MV Sese and MV Pearl, between Luku on Bugala Island. The journey to transform Kalangala district, an area made up of over 80 islands, all located within Lake Victoria.
Formerly, if we had to travel to Kampala, we had MV Babas. So only 2 days you would move out of Kalangala was on a Tuesdays and on a Thursdays. 4 o'clock you leave Kalangala and 4 o'clock you get to Fort Bell. I used to bring in my cement from Kampala, go to Shed. A bag could cost you 4,000 shillings. That's only transportation costs. Today, with the developments we have, I load my cement in the good shed. A bag is costing me transportation of only 2,000. That's almost half the cost.
The 2 ferries run by Kalangala Infrastructure Project offer great space to businesses keen on targeted marketing to showcase their products to the tens of thousands of passengers that the ferry carries every month.
We operate 2 ferry landing sites. One on the mainland, that's Bukakata, and the other one on Bugala Island. Every month we have 60,000 people passing through them to use our vessels. That's a large space.
The infrastructure developments have opened many business opportunities, with many yet to be tapped.
I want to encourage the indigenous people here to start some serious businesses. So I'm calling upon people to come and invest in Kalangala. We have enough power. We have water, clean and safe water. Like every after 30 minutes, there's a ferry crossing. So there's no worries of transportation of goods and merchandise.
The locals who operate businesses here are already seeing these opportunities.
Twaina amasanyalaze nga tugafuna kawungezi nnyo saa 12 nga gagenda ku mukago ogw'ekiro era nga tusinga kukolera ddala kiro. Naye kati ku mbeera eno eriwo twafuna kampuni eno eya KIS Kalangala Infrastructure Services naye tuteerawo amaanyi tulina sola balina zigenerator singa sana gwate gulabise amasanyalaze tugafuna buli budde.
The unlocked opportunities for the local communities and beyond are today what is making the local leadership optimistic about the future of Kalangala as a district, and most importantly, the partnership between the government of Uganda and Kalangala Infrastructure Services.
The entire arrangement for the development of the islands is by government of Uganda, but then it had to identify an agent, a pattern, help it deliver these services. Expressing this because this is very, very important. We have had agents elsewhere, not only here, who are not serious, who have been given assignments, who have been given work and they don't read. Actually, they disappear. KISS is a serious organization. This is a serious organization. Has really tried to deliver as by the, most likely, the agreement or the understanding with the government.
It is indeed not far-fetched to project Bugala Island becoming a marine tourism epicenter of East Africa, with Kalangala Infrastructure Services at the center. Today, the place hosts the biggest palm oil growing project in the country, an investment also drawing a lot from the KIS-run initiatives like the good roads and the ferries. Of more importance, though, is the fact that today, Bugala Island with the KIS infrastructure support is already emerging as an economic hub in the middle of Lake Victoria.
So many times we confuse Bugala Island with Kalangala district. Yes. So Bugala Island is one of the 84 islands. So Bugala Island being the district, the island that houses the district headquarters, the biggest, with the palm oil project where it is based, I think it is providing market. It is a source of inputs for these other people. So if you want ice, for example, this main island right now, Bugala Island, we have an ice plant. So these other people who are working.
Many a time, the opportunities we aggressively hunt for in life are a lot closer than we think.
Smart 24, driving business.
Welcome yet again to another session of Women in Business. It's always a delight to have you. I'm Doreen Kemcha, Women in Business on Smart 24 TV. Now, we've had interesting conversations around registration of businesses. We've had interesting conversations about intellectual property, but we have to recap and get back to the registration of businesses. And on this episode, we're going to be talking about exactly that, business registration. And who better to take us through than our guest today on this particular episode. On our guest list right now, we have two amazing ladies, and they're going to give us insight on the intricacies, the complexities involved in registering your business, just in case you need to find out how it all starts. But we're also going to bring you another example, another lady who's going to come and tell us exactly what went wrong and what happened in her own journey registering her business after a while. So on this episode, we have an amazing lady, Zoe Kiza, who is the registration officer under Uganda Registration Service Bureau. And then we also have Karen Bukira, who is the MD for Bloodworth. Welcome, ladies.
Thank you, thank you.
It's a delight to have you. We've been having these interesting conversations, and women, especially women in business, random talk, but also we get to have this particular vibe from women that are already established. Others are upcoming, others have no idea about it, but they are still within, one leg is this side, another leg is the other side. We're going to start with you, Karen. Karen, you have an interesting story to tell us. What happened? Just briefly, just give us a hint about what happened so that we can use that as a platform.
What happened? I had been operating in business for close to 13 years, and I had not registered my business. So when I got to the point of registering the business, I discovered that my name could not be registered because it was similar with some other name that was already registered. So I could not register it.
I just want to get this straight, 13 years you're operating. You already have a client base. You have made all these different banners and all these different IDs. You are literally in the game. You are already making money. You're already a proud business owner. You represent yourself as such. 13 years. And then you all of a sudden get out there and you're told it can't happen. You can't register that name. Chiza, how How often do you see cases such as this? Like 13 years. Do you even have empathy? Is there any compassion? Like, is there a shock? How do you handle a case such as Karen's case? Like 13 years.
There are actually very many of such cases that come up. Yeah. And the defense they use is, I've been operating for 30 years under this name. Everyone knows me.
Yes.
Under this name. And then you come to ask, why haven't you registered? Is it that you are not aware? Most people are aware, but they are adamant. And maybe they've not realized the benefits that you get out of registration. Yes. But for us, when you come to us to register, we'll first look at your name and look at our register. Who came before you? Even if you've been MTN and you've been operating for so much years, and someone came and registered MTN yesterday, we shall not give you MTN.
No, like
understand?
What's the highest number of years like you've had someone operating unregistered?
So
Karen is 13, was 13 years. What's the highest number you've seen of years?
I cannot actually say the number of years, but people come as far as 40 years.
Yeah.
And they've never registered.
Yes.
But I think it's attributed to mostly women. It's attributed to some fears.
Yeah.
Some women say, when I register my business, maybe my husband will make a search and find out I'm a rich woman. Then problems start from there.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can say maybe it's the ignorance of processes, but that is attributed to a very least percentage. Most people are aware of these processes.
Yeah.
Some people have a misconception that when I register now, URI is going to look at me and start taxing me.
Taxing.
Yes. But that is a misconception. Because not every business is taxed.
Yeah.
Tax is charged against the profit that you make. If you've not made a profit,
in a particular profit,
you
they
will
won't
not
tax
pay
you.
tax. But also if you've made some money, really, it's just fair enough that you join the rest of the taxpayers like us.
Yes,
that you give,
and do your part.
That you contribute, to the economy. But those are fears that people have to outgrow.
Yeah.
And you look at the benefits.
Karen, you've given us just a sneak peek into some of the reasons why. We have the horse here. From the horse's mouth. Just give us an idea. Just like she's talked about 40 years, which is it's incredible to even imagine 40 years that you can have a solid base, have this business going on, you are so comfortable, and then your world is like turned upside down and you have to start all over again and revamp your image, revamp your brand. So what was going on in your mind in all those 13 years? Like you wanted it to be small, just something small, and then it kept on growing? Like what? What was in your mind?
Well, sometimes there are factors. I can say procrastination. When you say I'm going to do it tomorrow, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it next week, and you can do it. And the lack of knowledge. That we lack the knowledge. Like we need to business guys. Like maybe it was business. Before when you start your business, get your business name registered. Get your business registered. Get that idea of yours registered, so that you don't work for so long, and then after somebody telling you you can't have your business name registered.
Yeah. Is it per se ignorance? Because I think there are levels, right, of ignorance. Is it the ignorance that, you know what, I don't know how to start a business? Or is it the ignorance about I don't know what the relevance, the rationale is about? So which we have to be very specific about this particular ignorance. Karen, was it because you didn't, it wasn't more or less, this is my business, I know what it's all about, let me grow it, yes? I will go there another time whenever I have the time or whenever I have the money? Or it was more or less, by the way, this registration, what are they going to help me about? Are they going to, you know, that attitude also comes in, eh? Are they part of my hustle? Are they part of my plan? Are they going to give me anything? What are they going to do? It's very easier. It's quite easy for example, someone to get into when there is an application for all these calls for the incubators, and then they say, oh, to participate in this, you must be registered. Then the person will quickly rush and get registered, because they know if they are not registered, they're not going to be part of that. So is what level of ignorance, as you call it, were you coming from?
I think the benefits.
The benefits.
Not knowing the benefits.
Yeah.
And she's right about that. At some point when you conceive these ideas, you think you're going to be small forever. You look at your small capital of 1,500,000. Then you look at the things that you're doing. I'm doing my crafts. I'm doing this. This is going to be a small thing. And then you start wondering, why should I register? But you don't know where you're going to be tomorrow. Every big business started as a small business at a certain point. Where are you going to be tomorrow? But for you to be there, you have to take some baby steps towards that.
So that's why. But Chiza, you see, it's so funny. When we started this, at the beginning of this conversation, I was more or less like the rest. Yeah, you start off, because we've been encouraging women, come up, register your businesses, do this. Until I met Karen, and until I met another lady, I didn't know the implication of the timing of registration. Yes? I didn't, it just like didn't hit me. And this is why I said I have to hunt you down and I'd get you guys to ask you. I didn't know about the timing and how important it is. That Karen can be operating this business for 13 years. Yes, and lose out because she has found out like her name is already taken. Like another person can come in after 40 years. So the timing of the registration matters. Just give us a little hint on that. Midway, beginning, what?
Me, what I normally tell people, and mostly women, I've been to several engagements. Once you conceive an idea, it doesn't matter whether you have capital to start in a certain place, whether to establish a certain place of business. Secure your name.
Your name first.
Secure your name. Register. So that tomorrow, someone is not going to come and ride on your goodwill. Hadn't MTN, Airtel registered and someone registered before them. Wouldn't someone be riding on their goodwill? Start with those baby steps. Tomorrow you may land a deal. We don't know where you're going to tomorrow. These markets are opening up. East African community, Congo is opening up. We're having export promotions now. How are you going to be competitive in that market? Are you going to walk in as Kerry, as an individual, or you'll be more competitive when you are a registered entity? You have to look at how much you would lose by not registering at a small fee, as small as 24,000 actually. For a business.
And it's hard to believe that it's actually 24,000. Yes. Is it because we're always keen to use brokers? Why?
That is part of the ignorance that she was talking about. Sometimes you're ignorant about the processes, sometimes the cost that is involved. Someone will come to you and say, I want 1 million to register for your business name. But it's not true.
And then you haggle down to 500.
Yes, and you pay. And actually, if you just walked to an office, people have to outgrow these fears of fearing government offices. Just walk there, talk to someone. No one is going to beat you.
Why?
Yes.
Why do you think they fear government offices? Are you hostile inside those offices? Why do you think they fear?
I can't tell, but maybe it also depends on different experiences they've had from somewhere. At URSB, everyone is as warm as anything. Everyone is as receptive. The customer care is top notch. So you will not get those experiences. When you come here, actually, you'll establish that it is very easy to register a business at the cheapest cost. Hassle-free, actually. So learn to approach offices for whichever services that you need, for you to establish the processes at the cost that you need. That's when you'll not be fleeced by middlemen or
or anyone else. You talked about something, fear of offices, and I imagine the woman down. There's so many big expanses, the huge offices such as this one, that we get to enter in, and the very first thing that hits you is, I've had that moment so many times, whereby you walk into a new place and all you see is this huge expanse filled with the different cubicles and all that, just like that open layout, that format that is there right now. Not like last time whereby there were doors with a little bit of a name tag, so you'd be walking around, looking for the person you want. But now it is open space, right? And the very first thing I do is normally I stop and then I look around and see exactly where is the first teller, where is the reception, where is this and that. So it came to my mind and I was like, maybe the person who walks in is overwhelmed by so much stuff, and the very first thing they do is, how do I organize my thoughts now? Where do I start from? Does that normally happen, like when they walk within here, within these offices?
Sometimes it does. Sometimes it does. But you as a person, what have you come to do? You're going to be threatened by the people around and run away. You understand?
we talked about hostility. You as a person, what have you come to do? Is
yes,
that
what
part of
do you
it?
want? When you're coming from home, what were you coming to do?
Yeah.
You understand?
Yes.
You approach anyone on this desk. We have a reception there. But even if that's not the person who's supposed to receive you, even if you go to another cubicle, they will be able to direct you to the right person. So it starts with the confidence you have as a person and knowing what you want as a person. If you know I've come to get this service and I'm going to get it. That's where it starts from. Get some confidence, walk to someone, they'll always guide you to the right service.
Karen, why did you use a broker? Did you use someone else? Because you said you used someone else to help you with the registration. Yeah.
For my case, we were doing it
as a group.
Yes. So not a broker per se, but as a group. From where I'm in, like in G-Swim.
Yeah.
So it was a collective
effort.
Arrangement, yes.
What about those instances? I want you to break it down. Like, for the person who is watching right now, to the woman who is still getting over her nerves of the business offices, yes? And wondering where to start from and trying to organize her thoughts. When she walks right now into this office to register, because we'll talk about the online services. In case she walks into this office or another office, because there are so many different services that are encouraging women to come up and seize them. So I'm assuming that it's not even just only, the registration bureau today, but she can walk into another office as well. So when she walks in, the very first thing when she walks in, what should be in her mind and how should she organize in the context of registering her business? Just give us a hint.
Okay, first of all, when you're at your home, the comfort of your home, or maybe somewhere in your business, you have an idea, you have something you want to do. What is in your mind will now form the basis of what you want to register. The vehicle under which you want to operate. If I'm Nakamate, a woman selling my crafts, my other products, liquid soap, bar soap, and I'm alone, and I'm just starting, my thoughts as Nakamate, I think I need a business where I'm going to operate alone, which is very easy to operate when I'm alone as an individual. Then if you were to walk to us, then we'll give you that advice that maybe you need to register a sole proprietorship, because at that point that would be convenient for you. Or maybe Ruth, I have my other friends who are 3 and we're doing this business together to earn profit, but we want to register it together as the 5 people. Then we'll advise you that maybe you will need to register a partnership, and both at a cost of 24,000 shillings.
To all the different partners?
The sole proprietorship and the partnership that I've talked about.
All is 24,000?
Yes. Then maybe you're at home and say, maybe I have some money, I want to really give back to the community, I need to help some children in Katanga, I need to give back to the community, I need to do social work.
Yes.
But how should I legalize the entity under which I'm going to operate? I shall advise it, and maybe you need to register a company limited by guarantee that doesn't have a profit-making motive, that is social based.
Is that a social enterprise?
A company limited by guarantee.
Yeah, the one you're talking about is a charity.
Yeah, that's the one that's concerned with charities. You're not going to make profit out of it. It's not business oriented, basically. So you'll come to us and we advise you that that's the entity you're supposed to register. Maybe you want to form an NGO. It's a requirement now that you have to first register a company limited by guarantee for you to now proceed and establish an NGO. Or maybe you now want to form a company and you're alone. And we have a single member company.
Really?
Yes. You are yes, alone carry. Yes.
You didn't know that.
Now you know.
Now you know. You know, this information is intriguing.
Yes.
It's too much. And this is what I say. Now you're saying it is because there are so many people who just come in and they're like, I have this idea. Yes? I have my candles, I have my liquid soap, and yes, maybe that's a sole proprietorship.
Yes,
right?
Yes.
And then there's another one who is like, yes, I have my 2 friends, my 3 friends, and they just don't have an idea where to start.
Yes.
So this sole person here can actually also start up a company.
You can, depending. There are people who actually have deals that would require them to operate as a company.
Yeah.
Yes.
You want an example?
The purpose of establishing this single member company was to break the red tape in the management of companies. You have so many shareholders, you have so many directors, you have to call meetings, you have to look for so and so to sign.
Yes.
But you are a single member. You can hold your meeting, take your minutes, yes, sign your documents.
Dictators.
Yes, it is for the seamlessness, ease of doing business.
Yes.
For you as an entrepreneur to be able to operate as seamless as possible without any technical glitches that are caused by maybe the vast structures of the formal company. So you can register a single member company, you're a single shareholder, you can be a director. Yeah. You actually don't need to have a secretary.
Really?
Yes, but just for your convenience, you can decide to appoint a secretary or appoint another director to act maybe in your absence, yes, and then you appoint a nominee and alternate director. Those come in.
And all, those are not shareholders.
You're one shareholder.
You're the sole shareholder.
Yes, and you own the entire stake in the company.
Oh, 100%.
Yes, but the rest of the people you may appoint just help in the running of the business.
Okay.
Yes, but it's not a must. You can be the single director. You don't need a secretary.
Yes.
Yes, you can run the company alone. As a single member.
This is interesting, and this is why we love to talk to women. Yes, we love to we love to hunt these people down. And right now we have Chiza giving us further insight.
Yes.
But before we come back and she gives us further insight, let's take a very, very quick break, and we'll be right back after this message.
Smart 24, driving business.
Luxury redefined at Seasan Hotel as you indulge in the splendor of elegant living fit for the royalty that you are. Step into comfort, pampering and blissful customer-centric service as you select from our range of comfy, exquisite living quarters furnished to meet with your royal preference. Surrounded by scenic beauty, our tropical setting allows you to escape the glamorous ordeal of city life. Our ambient green gardens will guide you to a place of revitalizing rest. The 3-star restaurant caters to your palate, serving your choice menu ranging from exotic cuisines to local delicacies. Our chefs will serve you full course meals for a truly out-of-this-world culinary experience. Our fully stocked bar to whet your throat, from renowned global brand whisks, brandies, gins, beers and wines to our locally celebrated beverages, you will not lack for any brewage. It's an all-new experience in the East at Seasan Hotel. So visit today at plot 15 to 19 Spire Road, Ginger, or contact us on +256 751 719 960 and +256 785 354 614 for reservations. Seasan Hotels, luxury redefined.
Smart 24, driving business.
Welcome back from the break. This is still Kemcha Doreen on Women in Business, Smart 24 TV. Now we are still here. We have Karen, we have Chiza, all talking about registration of business, and we are finding out so many different things. Women, I hope you are listening in. You are listening into this because it is very key. The timing of when you register is very key. It's not these things of let me first try the business for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years, 13 years like Karen, and then come back, because you'll be very shocked. You'll be very, very shocked. You'll have all your receipt books there. You'll have everyone in the village knowing you in your own different community. And guess what? They'll tell you that name was already taken, you know? So always, the moment you have an idea, just like Chiza told us, the moment you have an idea, even before you begin writing those receipt books, some of you get very, very passionate and quick about those receipt books. They are down to NASA Road very quickly, coming up with the, you know, the business cards. People love business cards, you know. Before you even get into that, please calm down, register your entity first, so that you don't have the same challenges of coming in and finding your business name has already been taken. Karen, you were still telling us during the break, you were wondering why there is so much information that is not known, you know. You asked Chiza that. Why? There is so much.
Yes, there is so much.
And you're still giving us word on the ground out there.
Yeah, there are so many that don't know what is happening here. Yes,
so many. Like what are you doing now? Yes, you wake up, and when I say what are you doing, I mean like the women out there that don't know from your perspective, because I also have my different perspective. But the women out there that don't know, the ones that you work with, the ones that you get to meet every day and you're talking to, what is stopping them from registering? What is stopping them? What is making them hesitant?
I think it's the same reason as what I had. The process. Yes, the lack of knowledge.
And you think you can start? Let me first organize myself a little bit, and then
yes,
I will walk in there.
Time has gone.
Yes. And Chiza, you were telling us that the things that are there to learn are so many, right? But now things have actually been made a little bit easier, and we shall talk about the different gaps that still come in. There's also the online registration. Has it been uptaken so well? Since people are still having a challenge with the fear of offices, now what about even now the fear, the fear of where to start via online?
Yeah, actually, we have the online business registration system that we just launched. It's not a year old, and we have high hopes in it. It's going to solve all those problems. A woman who fears to enter her office will sit down in her home.
On her phone.
On her phone.
Yeah.
And register her business. She'll make any changes that she needs in her company.
Yes.
At the comfort of her home, at the comfort of her business.
Yes.
So the processes have been
made a little bit easier.
Yes, and the processes that we used to have in the physical registration have now been shortened.
So it's not a lot
you
of
do not have to go to Uganda bookshop and buy forms anymore.
Yes.
You do not, everything has been made very simple. You just get in there, enter your information, you have your national ID, you enter your details, you can pay using your mobile money. Yes, mobile money. You don't have to move.
And I wish you would stress.
By the time you move,
talk to that woman out there who is watching, because women need to know this.
Yes. Okay, for a woman out there, I just want to let you know that registering your business is not as complex as you've been told, or as complex as you've known. It's actually as seamless as possible. We have the online business registration system that can now allow you to register your business at the comfort of your home, at the comfort of your business. You just need a smartphone, you need your national ID, and money as low as 24,000. You can pay using mobile money.
24,000?
Yes, on your phone. And all the documents will be sent to your email address. Without you having to move to come to URSB. Because before you would have to come, then we have to stamp your documents, but now the process is as seamless as possible. And once everything is sorted out, just like any system that is starting, you saw URA, they had those glitches, you had any system that is meant to be perfect, it has some glitches at the beginning. But that's what we're trying to sort out. And once it is done, once it's perfected, it's going to be the best of its kind. You'll be able to register your business in
just a few minutes.
Just a few minutes and send you a certificate.
But you also must have an email, right?
Yes. I think we're moving away from the, we're moving to the digital era. Yes, to the digital era. Everyone should be able to have an email. It's very easy. If you don't know how to do it, you can ask your neighbor to open for you an email. They give you the your email address, and maybe you create a password. Those are things that we are. Also, us as women, there is a level we have to get ourselves to.
We have to get out of our comfort zones.
Yes, the world is moving so fast.
Yes.
We're moving towards artificial intelligence. You have to put yourself to a certain level. Most women have smartphones, but what do you use them for? Apart from getting the Mama Tendo and getting all those other things. Try to find out, how do I open up an account on the online business registration system? Just go to Google. Google OBRS, online business registration system. It will bring you that interface. It will ask you for your national ID, phone number, and you actually realize that you've opened an account. You've used your phone for something important instead of getting gambo from here. And women, we have to get ourselves from that level to a level where we're being more productive and doing things that matter.
But why you people, why is there this other idea that all women do with their phones is Lugambo?
Not really. I didn't say all women. I said some of us. But I know the women that I'm talking to actually do not do that. But what I'm stressing is we have to get ourselves to a level. Yes.
Get out of your comfort zone. And it's very good that we ask these questions. Yes. But you've had 24,000 shillings, not even 25, not even 30, 24,000 shillings. Why am I stressing this? Because we have lived for so long in those, in those safety nets of 500,000, 1 million. Karen, you talked about it, right? 1 million. Someone comes up, you get someone, then they're telling you, you need a lawyer, you need this. And what is the lawyer billing you? How much? 1,800,000, then you're negotiating down to 500, which was also part of your capital, and that is why women. But this is made easier. 24,000 shillings, you can actually open up your own business. So just get out of your comfort zone. Actually, don't wait until you are already operating with your business cards and all that. Start, register your business right now. Now, I also understand you are getting out to, you're going to get out into the communities, right?
Yes.
Just give us a hint. Very
Carrie
soon.
talked about the issue of maybe ignorance of processes and maybe we've not reached out enough. But of course, as any other institution, we have constraints, resource constraints. We may not be able to be everywhere. We may not be able to be on all radios, on all televisions, but whichever opportunity we have, we use it. We work with different partners. Sometimes you've seen us go with PSFU to as far as Uganda, to as far as for us to leverage, to be able to pass out information to all our women and other people out there about business formalization. But we have a project that's ongoing. We actually started in Kampala. We're starting in small cohorts. That is called the mass business registration.
It started recently?
Exercise.
It started recently?
Yes, but we're about to officially roll it out and launch it officially. During that exercise, we're going to do a lot of sensitization because it's a countrywide exercise. We're going to register your businesses on the spot. So we don't want any excuse.
Yes.
When we come to Mayuge, we don't want any woman out there to be left out. Because we're going to be doing a lot of it. We shall come to your radios, we shall be sensitizing a lot of people, and everyone will have the information that we're in a certain place. Please use that chance. Yes. Use that opportunity. Come and register for the benefits that are attached to registration.
Just give us a hint of these benefits. Just in case people have forgotten, give us a hint.
We shall start with Kerry. We shall start with Kerry's experience.
Yes.
Secure your name.
Secure your name.
Secure your name. So that tomorrow no one writes on your goodwill that you have built for 13 years or 40 years. For the case of the other client that I told
40 years, sincerely. Up to now, I can't wrap my mind around it. 40 years.
Yes.
40 years?
Yes. And unlike other institutions that have a versatile enforcement mechanism, for us we've been using the approach of carrot and stick. We're not going to come and knock at your door and say you have not registered, we're taking you here. We have not been doing that. Maybe that can also account for for the comfort people have for non-registration.
And that is what I was going to say. Yes, I was going to say, don't you think that is the reason why?
Not being aware of the immense benefits that they are missing for non-registration. That's what I'm saying. Someone sits and they operate their business for as long as they have their clients. They are still flowing in, they're still making their profits. But they do not know tomorrow, what is it coming? Anything can come and then business just turns aside. And this opportunity that you need
could just be
to change, the game could just require to have been registered, as an entity. So
it works. It works. The benefits are there.
Secure your name so that
it's not taken away from you. But Karen, just give us, just to substantiate on what she's saying right now, give us over your practical ideas, because you're already in the game, you're already practicing right now, but also because you had a sour taste before, after the 13 years and everything. What has changed ever since you registered? Like that comfort, that confidence. Want to get a little bit of that? What are the benefits?
Confidence. People get confidence in what you produce. If you have your business registered, they can trust you with what you're producing, and because your name is now on the line, you have a name to protect. So people trust you. You're also confident in what you're producing because it's your name. Before you, when you talk about yourself, it is your product that is out there. It is what people identify you with. Okay, and then there is continuity in case of anything happening to you, in case you die. Okay, so if you have your business registered, it moves on properly.
To add on her what she just said, trust, loyalty and trust in business is key.
Yes.
If you're not registered and you are a briefcase business, people don't people cannot trust you. People cannot trust you. They're actually not sure whether they can deal with you
or not.
If you're registered, we are a public, we have public registers that anyone can come and conduct search. Register all the detail about your business. Someone knows where to find you. Where is your address? Where is this business? What are they doing? People get that trust, yes, and confidence. And the more people gain confidence and trust in you, in your business, the more clients that you that you get. We're in an era where most businesses survive on credit facilities. But you can tell me, between me and you can tell me if I walked in as an individual, I say I have my business there, and then I walked in as a registered entity, who would be trusted more to be given
the one who is
this credit facility? Yes.
But this is, when I say this is Africa, this is our Uganda. Don't start laughing. This is Uganda. Yes? And I don't say that in a bad way. I just say it because we have our societal norms. We have our culture. And sometimes our culture, our norms insist on trust being brotherhood, sisterhood. We come from the same clan, we come from this, do I know your parents, do I know your you know, are you able to give me a date today? That sort of trust. And we're talking about this because this happens. And we're also aware that in one or another, this way, this method of doing things over and over again sometimes actually inhibits people from registering their businesses, because someone comes up and says I knew your grandfather. Yes, I knew your grandfather before this, he used to do something along this. You're also doing something similar to this, whether it was maybe printing. Now you are, you have now moved away from paper printing into sweater, knitting and all this, embossing the names. You've not registered, but someone says they knew your father before, and you come from a family of trusted people. You come from a family of trust. This thing is actually there. And somebody is saying, I knew them, so I know I will give you business. Now, Karen, you're saying at the same time that in one way or another, the trust and the confidence that people give is hinged on the legality, the registration of the name. When it comes down to the average playground, which one is working as you're seeing? And you'll also hint on that, because I'm very sure you must have your research network as well. Which one is working down? Is it nkumanyi nyo? Yes, that's why I'm giving you business. Or it is, you're also legal, you're registered, and you have to maintain your brand and your name. And this is what works. What is working in your community?
Okay, I can say it works both ways, because the technical who works on people who know you, but then there is this other person who doesn't know you but is willing to try out your product. And what some people do, they do a search, like she said. They are going to go and find out exactly, is this business registered? Even before talking to you, they come and do that background check. So if you're bidding for a tender and then you say registered and you're not, I'm sure not going to get the tender. So people do their background search, and they have to find out, is this person saying what they really are? Okay, so that credibility comes when your business is registered. You stand a step forward than someone who is not.
What is
okay, you tell me, if you have a business downtown Kampala, how many people that you know will come to your show? The percentage of the people that you know that maybe came from your village, or the biggest percentage are people they actually do not know, but they relate with you because of the services that you offer, because of the goods that you give them. Yes. And you see, in business, we do not have to operate on, and I say chance. You have to be intentional. Intentional. tokola zala like okola zala kanokakola kanotekakola. You have to be intentional. Yes, register. People get confidence in you. Opportunities will present themselves. Seize those opportunities. As women, we have to be intentional about the things that we want. You don't just sit there and you start spraying. People from my village will come and buy from me because they know me. No.
You know, I want this to be clear. I have spoken to a number of women. Yes? The vibe out there, if I can say, is intense business young. Customer mukutte bulungi. Yes? Customer mukwata bulungi actually. Present tense. Customer wange mukwata bulungi because it's based on referrals. And right now there is this social media. Yes? Social media will take something from 10 clients to 3 to you getting overwhelmed because people are just calling you every now and then. 1, because of how you present yourself. 2, because of the customer care. Customer mukwata bulungi. So in all that, sometimes people forget that, you know what, the essence of registration is there. Because they get so fixated on the fact that sente zijja. Yes? That's sente zijja.
That's why I said that business is a combination of so many factors. For you to be a successful entrepreneur or a successful business person, don't register and sit with your certificate there and say, okay, people are going to come. No. There's so much you have to do on top of your registration. How are you handling your clients? What is the nature of the products you're presenting? You're not going to be presenting Kwara products and then
just
expect us to come. Yes. Maintain quality. People will come to you for the quality of services that you offer, for the quality of the products you offer, and maintain that. You'll get clients at first, they'll buy from you. Then you realize you have had so many clients, and then if you're making juice, then clients are very many. Yes, and then they'll run away. So it's a combination. Yes, networking, network. That's how you build clientele. Utilize the social media
spaces.
Yes, all the spaces that are there, be there. Don't just register and sit. Register and do all those other things that would add on to your business as a woman. Yes.
Do you know what scared me, right? Yes, please.
With all that being done, you have to protect what you're doing, and that comes through business registration.
Yes.
That is only going to protect it. Otherwise, you're going to do all that, and then somebody else is going to come and ride on your goodwill and steal your name in just a week. Everything you lose.
I need you to look into the and stress that. 1, because you have just literally preempted what I was going to say. I was going to say that the way things go viral these days, Karen, you are on social media. Yes, it's part of how you market yourself. I'm just saying the way you come up and wake up in the morning and say, you know, I'm this, you know, you don't even start like that. Some of them start up by saying, you know what, I'm a good cook, so I'm going to cook my pilau with chicken and package it very well, but I'm on what? Before you know it, people are like, okay, fine, where are you? Can you give me? Can you supply? And then after that, you begin to think, oh, I need a name. Let me just get a name. I brand, you know. Some of them start backwards. Yeah, not everyone actually has thought it through. There are women actually who start like that, and that is how it goes off. So when that works, that is where now you come in, and I want you to look at that woman and literally stress. I need you to stress, because women don't know how easy it is to position themselves and sell off that pilau for a long time, and you're getting all these clients for the first year. And then after that, you wake up and say, okay, fine, let me go and register. Then you find, that business name was already taken. So I need you to look into that camera and talk to that woman out there.
Yeah, with everything that is being done, your hard work, whatever you put anything to do with your business, the clientele base, the way you treat your people, everything that you've done to make your business stand. At the end of the day, you need to protect your business, and that can only be done through business registration. Register your business so that nobody can come up the following day to say, this is what I've done, this is my work. Nobody can claim your work if you have your business registered. So to avoid your year's work to be taken away, to be washed down the drain, because that is what's going to happen if you don't register your business. So I encourage all of you out there to register your businesses, to protect your ideas, protect your work, protect each and everything that you put your hard work into by registering your business.
I want, you're still there, you're talking like you're a lecturer. I need you to talk to this lady there out there who is parking, who is right now parking. She's even right now cooking. She's packing her pilau, she's packing her chicken. She's not registered. You have just got your baby's name, yes, Shamara, yes, and your husband's name, Shamara Love, and decided now you are going to package yourself under Shamara Love. You don't know that another Shamara Love has already been registered. I want you to talk to her using what you went through after registering. Tell her you actually operated for 13 years. And so that she wakes up and registers Shamara Love.
Yeah, personally, I had been operating for close to 13 years in my business without being registered. But it got to a point when it required me to register my business, and when I went there, I could not, because somebody else had used the same name as mine, so I could not use it. So I wouldn't want any of you to go through what I went through, because it is something that it is very crucial. We might overlook it, we might say it's not important, but it's very, very important to have your pillar business registered, because there are so many Shamaras, and somebody can say, I'm also Shamara, but if you have that name registered, you can protect it, can defend your work.
Yes. Yeah. You've had. Just wrap it up. She's a wrap it up. Get these women out of their comfort zone. Wrap it up. Let them know it's just 24K to register. 24,000, not 240. It is 24,000 shillings. Not 240 tebabalimba. It is not 240. It's not 500,000. And the person to tell you this is here seated. So I need you to stress
I need to qualify the 24,000.
Yes.
That is dependent on which kind of entity you want to register. Someone will come here
and say, but they told me.
Yeah. 24,000 is for a business and a partnership. But for a company, you can start as low as 110,000.
For a company?
Yes.
Yes.
So you can come and register a single member company. So I'll still stress this for women out there.
Yeah.
Register, however small.
Yes.
However small you are, whether you have started or not.
Yeah. Yes.
Maintain your quality of your goods.
Yeah.
Network as much as you can.
Yes.
Specialize.
You're not everywhere.
If you're not that person,
yes.
There are people I know
who are everywhere.
They're friends I have, and they're doing like
5 different
things. I'm like, which kind of brain do you have? Yes. But not all of us are capable of doing that. So if you're not like that super person that I've talked about, specialize. That's when you can produce quality. That's when you can maintain it.
Yes. And specialize means find your place. Get one thing.
Find your niche. Yes. Find your niche. Something that you're good at. Register. Specialize.
Yes.
Be the best at what you're doing, and then your business will thrive. Yes.
And we want to wrap this up by saying it is not yours. That business is not yours until you've registered it. That business is not yours until you have registered it. Karen and Chiza, this has been a delight having you. It has, closed a few gaps. It has taught me that timing of registration is very key. It has taught me that you can actually have all this hard work for 13 years, another for 40 years, and then you come up and realize that your business name was already taken. And it has taught me that we should get out of our comfort zone and start from us. And even before you get those business cards, before you start telling people what your name is, actually register first. Then you begin to get out. This has been Doreen Kemcha on Women in Business Smart 24 TV. Please, until the next episode, keep doing what you do, keep loving what you do, and we'll meet you next time. Bye-bye.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
It's Football Madness with GoTV Season Eno. It's battle after battle on GoTV. All the Premier League and Serie A games, La Liga and UEFA competitions, the biggest football competitions in the world, live. Get your Go code up for 39,000 shillings that comes with a full month on GoTV Plus to enjoy the Football Madness. GoTV Uganda. Love it.
Bulu magic is my joy. Ono bulu magic wange. Ayo talaba kumabala atukuza nonyirirawo kirako enyange tayisa bubi fabriki kyonna tekiri kigwa lwa bulu magic is my choice. Ono bulu magic ye wange. And the blue magic is my choice. Hey, ono blue magic ye wange.
We have the best services here at Hotel Mara.
You are very rude, Mr. Chief. I want her to have longer nails like those ones.
Like mine?
So that she can tickle me in the back.
You're serious? I don't have that kind of money.
Then you are going to wash the dishes.
Me?
Waitress, haunya kama.
But my mouth doesn't smell.
Hey. It doesn't.
Steve, you're like my dad.
Shia, is your father as handsome as me?
Smart 24, driving business.
ennaku z'omwezi ziri 2 mu mwezi ogwa Museenene era nga twakayingiramu ennaku 2 zokka omwaka gukyali 2023 nzikiriza nkwanirize mu program business leero akawungezi k'olunaku olwaleero awano ku Smart 24 TV momena okusinzira yonna gy'osinzidde okubanga ate utize abali mu akeedi abakyali ku mirimu mbaaniriza mu ngeri y'ensusu nammwe mwenna abali ewaka nga guwakedde n'ofuluma ekibuga akakuba kano nga bwe kagenza okutandika ate gwobadde okifulume naawe nkwaniriza mu ngeri ey'ensusu naye ng'abantu bangi nnyo bakyakonkomalidde wali mu jaamu ow'enjawulo ewali amakubo ag'enjawulo olw'ensonga nti akakuba bwe katandise okusaasaana ate mu ssaawa z'amalya ag'ekyemisana galeetedde abantu enguudo ezisinga okutandika okukwata jaamu olunaku lwakuna tuyingidde omwezi ogw'11 gugwo twakagumalamu kumpi kati ennaku 2 ate tugutambula mpola mpola gwe mwezi bannaffe abasuubuzi mwe batusuubiza okuba nti basobola okuba nga batuusaako enseenene abali b'enseenene bonna abeesonga omwezi guno zirabako yensonga lwaki ate omuganda yaguyita ate ogwa Museenene bwe tutyo bwe tutandise olunaku olwaleero amanya Brian Alvins Mugerwa yeddira enkima era nga ngenda kuba nkutuusaako ezimu ku mboozi nga bwe zibadde mu lunaku mu programu eno tutunuulira naddala entambula y'emirimu nga bwe badde mu lunaku tutunuulira wano mu Central Region ne tutunuulira district eziriranyeewo Mambuka Maserengeta ebugwanjuba n'ebuvanjuba yonna ne tukuŋŋaanya emboozi naddala eziri mu Kowe erya bizinensi ensimbi obutale amakolero wamu n'ensonga endala nnyingi nnyo ne tuziwumbawumba olwo nno ssaawa kasiteeko n'emu naffe tuba tugguse osobola otegeera biki ebigenda maaso mu ggwanga osobole okwekuumira mu kumanya wenjogerera ebintu bingi nnyo ebibadde bigenda maaso mu ggwanga okuva wiikendi bwe yatandika n'olwaleero ate enjuba egenza okugwa ng'ebintu bingi nnyo ebigenze maaso byenjagala ate okuyitiramu emu ku emu ku mboozi tusobodde okuŋŋaanya mu lunaku ntandise ne minisitule y'ebyamasannyalaze n'ebyobugagga by'omu ttaka erangiridde omwoleso ogagadde olutumiddwa Energy and Mineral Week ogugenda okubaawo ng'ennaku z'omwezi 13 okutuuka nga 18 omwezi guno ogwa Museenene omwaka 2023 wano mu kibuga Kampala. Minisita Ruth Nankabirwa ategeezezza nti omwoleso guno ogw'ebyamasannyalaze gwakuyamba okwongera okufuna amagezi n'ebirowoozo mu nkozesa ennungi omuli okumanya bbeeyi yaago okumanya okugakekkereza wamu ate n'okwongera okumanya butya bwe bayinza okugafunamu nga bakozesa gaasi okufumba emmere awamu ate n'okugakozesa mu bizinesi wamu n'okulaba nga ebimu ate ku bye basima mu ttaka omuli zaabu ne feeza saako n'ebirala tomooni ate bikozesebwa bulungi mu ggwanga. Amaloboozi gano gagenze okugenda maaso nga bwe tuli tutemya bukofu era katukutuuseeko minisita bwe yakakasiza mu nsonga eno.
Olwaleero z'okutegeeza eggwanga twawaddeyo wiiki emu nga tugenda kutunuulira ebyamasannyalaze n'obugagga obw'omutaka bwe tubitambuza era nga wiiki eyo egenda kuva ku nnaku z'omwezi 13 mu mwezi guno ogwa Museenene okutuuka nga 18 era nga abantu bonna bayitiddwa. Wiiki eno tugenda kutunuulira ebintu nga 4. First of all tujja kubabuulira bye tubadde tukola mu kukola amasannyalaze okugatambuza n'okugagala era tujja kukozesa wiiki eno okutuula nammwe bannaffe bwe tuli mu sekita eno ba stakeholders mu discussion bingi bijja kuvaayo masannyalaze mugadiibunda okubakozesa obulungi omuwendo gw'amasannyalaze n'amasannyalaze obulungi bwagwo oba omutindo gwagwo amasannyalaze oba ebirala ebikozesebwa mutwa omuliro kiyinza okuba nku banda masannyalaze g'amaanyi ga njuba oba amasannyalaze agava mu mazzi gonna tugayita amasannyalaze. Abali mu sekita eno ey'amasannyalaze abandyagadde okugatambuza abali mu power sector tujja nabo okubakolera ekibanja ekyabwe ekibangirizo oba ekibanja ekyabwe bwe bagenda okutuula kakati nno babeere ne tiimu yange evudde mu ministry babeere nga bali mu kuteeseganya ekiri bajja okuteeseganyako ebyo bikwatana kutambuza amasannyalaze okugakola n'okugagaba omusago okubategeeza nti etteeka erifuga ery'amasannyalaze eryakolebwa mu 1999 lyakyusibwa juzi 2022 era nga mu tteeka eryo twajjawo akawaayiro akaali kagamba nti oba okoze amasannyalaze olina kugaguza kitongole ekyo ekigatambuza kyebayita Uganda Electricity Transmission Line so si ekigasaasaanya naye ekigatambuza sako twakajjawo era regulations oba okulungamizibwa kwawedde okuteekebwa ku lupapula okwongera okumanya nti kituufu osobola okukozesa amasannyalaze tetugatya mu wiikendi era tugenda kutegeeza bannayuganda baveemu ekiwuggwe ekyokutya gaasi kubanga mukama waffe pulezidenti yawadda oda tayagala kulaba manda tayagala kulaba miti nga gitemwa mu Northern Uganda eyo oda ekkirira egenda ku Uganda yonna tulina okweteekateekera oda eyo kubanga aludde nga atugamba nti gaasi butwa gaasi ajja kwokya ennyumba gaasi naye nga si kyekyo tujja kubasomesa enkozesa ya gaasi kubanga tugenda kutandikira ddala okukozesa gaasi gavumenti erina enteekateeka ey'okulaba nga kampani manufacturing zikola cylinders ezo ebitanka bye bateekamu gaasi so mu weekend tugenda kwogera ku ekyo.
Minisita Nankabirwa asinzidde wano ku ssengejjero ly'amawulire erya gavumenti n'ategeeza nti gavumenti erina enteekateeka y'okulaba nga bafuna amasannyalaze agamala mu ggwanga ssaako n'okutundako mu mawanga amalala era nga bwe tunatuukira omwaka 2040 ddala tujja kuba ne megawatts 5,200.
Tugenda kunnyonnyola bannayuganda tuyimiridde tutya ku kyamasannyalaze we tuli wano. Amasannyalaze tuli mu megawatts 1,678 n'akatundu kamu aka megawatts wadde nga tutagetinga 5,200 bwe tunaatuukira mu mwaka gwa 2040 so si 2040 munsanvumunana n'akatonyeza kamu naye nga kaluma bwe tuba tumaze okugikomissioninga kuba yejja tuyirako 6 era ekitubisiza beba abavandalizinga ebyuma byaffe tujja kubanga tuli mu 2,000 kati ogenda kukola kiddaladdala okola hajjangu eyo nti 2,040 ojja kuba oli mu emitwalo 2 twagiteekawo kubanga bwegwete abakugu baffe baabala ne baga singa emmotoka zonna zinaaba z'amasannyalaze singa indasitiri zonna tunaaba tuziwadde amasannyalaze.
Ate bwe nkujjako mu ssengejjero eryo ate ery'amawulire media center nzikiriza gutwale ate mu mboozi yaffe endala ng'ekitongole naddala ekitwala abalizi b'ebitabo ekya Institute of Public Accounts of Uganda nga bakwatidde wamu n'ekya Capital Markets Authority bavuddeyo okusiima ebitongole ebyenjawulo. Fire Awards mu mukolo oguteekeddwa buli mwaka okusiima wamu n'okusasula obulungi mu kukola alipoota z'ebyensimbi mu bibiina mu bitongole ebyobwannannyini ebya gavumenti wamu n'ebyo ate ebitakola magoba. Byageza ogenda maaso nga tutemya bukofu era katukulage ebimu ku bifaananyi bye twasobodde okukuŋŋaanyiza.
Ekitongole ekitwala ababalizi b'ebitabo ekya Institute of Public Accountants of Uganda nga bakwatidde wamu n'ekya Capital Markets Authority bavuddeyo okusiima ebitongole ebyenjawulo. Fire Awards mukolo ogutegekebwa buli mwaka okusiima n'okusasula obulungi mu kukola alipoota ku byensimbi mu bibiina mu bitongole by'obwannannyini ebya gavumenti n'ebitali bya magoba. Ekigendererwa kwe kwongera omutindo gw'okukola alipoota ku by'ensimbi ne bizinesi mu Uganda nga batumbula okutwala omutindo gw'ensi yonna ogw'okukola alipoota z'ebyensimbi. Okusinziira kwa myuka Speaker wa Parliament omwami Thomas Tayebwa ategeezezza nga singa ebitongole byeyongera okubalirira obulungi ensimbi kijja kugaziya omusolo gwa Uganda okutuuka ku mugeraageranyo gwa busiriivu 10 nga kino kyakwongera ku nkulaakulana y'eggwanga ssaako okukendeeza ku kwewola.
We have focused on a very small group of companies that are disciplined to tax you heavily. Now, if there is compliance in business reporting, I'm very sure that will help us to widen the tax base, and we improve on our tax to GDP ratio, which is, I think now we are around at 13%, 13.8%, but the regional average is around 17%. So, but from our calculation, if we can widen the tax to GDP ratio to around 19%, then we shall be able to bring in an extra like 10 trillion into our coffers. Now that will help us to reduce on the borrowing as a country. That will help us to focus more on the critical items that we do allocate money to.
Wetwogerera ensi yonna ekoseddwa enkyukakyuka y'obudde omuli amataba agasannyizaawo ebitundu eby'enjawulo ssaako n'omusana oguyitiridde oguleese ekyeya. Wano we basinzidde okunokolayo ebitongole ebivuddeyo okulaba nga birwanirira okukuuma obutonde bw'ensi nga pulezidenti w'ekitongole kino bw'ategeeza.
This month, the planet has been hit with a number of series of heat waves. We've seen the fires that have been happening. And at the same time, we've seen certain places that have had floods, which are unprecedented. And recently, in one of the addresses by the UN Secretary General, he's quoted as having noted that the era of global warming has ended, and now we have an era of global boiling. So what does it tell us? It means that we need to pay attention to Mother Earth and make sure that it's sustainable. So for this reason, Right Honorable Speaker, in these financial awards, we are recognizing those organizations that have effectively told their story of how they've addressed the environment, social and governance matters in a well-integrated form of reporting.
Ebimu ku bitongole ebyasukkulumye ky'ekitongole ekya poliisi nga kino kiyambye okuterekera abasirikale ensimbi wamu n'okwongera okubakulaakulanya.
Tutaddewo embeera mu bamembazi baffe basobola okufuna ku ssente zaabwe era kivudde eri enkolagana yaffe ne bannannyini bizinensi eno gye tutambuza bannannyini baayo be bamembazi baffe. So tuli nabo ekifaananyi tubalaga mbu eno bizinensi yaabwe era omwaka bwe guggwako amagoba ge tufunye tugenda mu AGM olukiiko olukulu omwaka ne tubanyonnyola embalirira ate ne tubanyonnyola n'engeri gye tukozeemu. Tetukola mu kulaga mbu magoba gokka n'engeri gye tuyambyemu abantu bamembazi baffe okwekulanya mu mbeera endala eteekuusakuusa na bya nsimbi okulaba nga tugezezzaako okubasimbira emiti, tugezaako okulaba nga obulamu bwabwe bulungi, nakyo kibaagazise okukola obulungi ate n'okwenyumiriza. Kiso kati bwe tujjumbira okubeera mu mikolo nga gino mu nteekateeka ng'eno etuyamba nnyo okukyusakyusa ate ne bamembazi baffe bategeera mbu ebintu bye tetubikola mu buku tetukweka nkola yaffe naye tuvaayo ne tuwaayo n'abantu abalala ne bayita mu bitabo byaffe ne balaba ngeri gye tukobolamu era ne batugayidinga ne bagamba nomukola bulungi so kituwa ekyokuyiga. Baffe bakyusizza obulamu bwabwe. Tubawa zi loans etubawa bazimbye amayumba abamu batandise businesses ate tetubalagawa buwi ssente mu bagende bazimbe oba batandike business. Tuba monitoringa, tugendayo ne tulaba ssente ze baatwala ze beewola zirina kye zikyusizza mu bulamu bwabwe. So tetukoma kubawa ssente kulaba nga bazimbi naye tulaba n'okulaba tutambula nabo okulaba nga ebiruubirirwa byabwe bituukirira.
Naomi Mtumba, Smart 24 TV, Business Leero.
Eyo ate bo ababaka ba paalamenti nga beegasse wamu n'ebitongole bya nakyewa abakugumbya enfuna wamu n'abalala bangi bavuddeyo okukubira omulanga minisitule y'ebyensimbi wamu ne minisitule y'ebyobulamu wamu ne bekikwatako baveeyo okutema empenda ku ngeri ki ate gye basobola okuggya abantu mu bwavu. Mu nteekateeka eno etuumiddwa social protection ey'ebyokwerinda okusobola okubeerawo naddala mu biseera ebyakazigizigi omuntu nga talina mulimu wamu ate mu mbeera y'omuntu nga tasobola kweyimirizaawo. N'olwekyo bano nno bakuŋŋaanya okutema empenda butya omuntu ono bw'ayinza ate okuyambibwamu. Twaddeko mu mbuuzi ey'akafubo ate ne Honorable Flavia Rwabuhoro ate ng'ono MP wa Ekyegwegwa n'ayongera otukubiramu ttooki mu nteekateeka eno.
Eyo Parliament Forum gezaako nnyo okulaba nga tugoberera ensonga ezikwata ku buyambi obuweebwa abantu ababagudde mu ddubi ly'obwavu oba obuteesobola abali vulnerable. N'olwekyo ffe nga Parliamentary Forum on Social Protection tumaze obudde bungi okuva mu 9th Parliament nga twogera ku nsonga ez'abantu obuteesobola n'okulabira ddala nga gavumenti eteekawo embeera ey'okubawa obuyambi obw'okubasobozesa okusituka baddemu batandika okukola, kubanga obuyambi gavumenti bwewa tebusobola kumalawo buwaavu buliwo, naye singa buba busobola obubasobozesa okwesolozaamu amaanyi ne baddamu ne batandika okukola nga bwe baali bakola, ekyo ffe kituwa nnyo amaanyi kubanga ffe tugenderera kuzimba maanyi agasobola okuva wansi ng'ogudde n'otandika olugendo lwo nga bwe walubaddemu nga tonnaba kugwa kigwo wansi. N'olwekyo olwaleero tubadde n'abantu bangi twateekateeka National Social Protection Dialogue nga twagala tuleete wamu ebirowoozo byaffe tulabe ngeri ki gye ffe gavumenti n'ebitongole ebitali bya gavumenti naffe ba members ba palamenti engeri gye tutunuuliramu abantu gye bagenda nga bagwa mu bwavu ate ne balemererwa okubuvaamu olw'okuba gavumenti terina busobozi bubamalayo bonna, naye nga ate nno nabo kennyini abantu bandibaddemu n'obusobozi obw'okwejja mu bwavu bokka ne bokka singa gavumenti ebadde ebalaze engeri eyo kikolamu. N'olwekyo ne tugamba nti tumaze obudde bungi nga twogerera eyo mabega wa ntimbe nga tetuvaayo kulaga nsi nti tuyina ekizibu kino era nga tujja kwasiganyiza wamu okulaba nga tukimalawo ffenna ne gavumenti nabonna bonna, naye nga tugamba nti ensonga eno eya social protection oba okwerinda n'okwekuuma mu budde obw'okugwa mu bwavu ffenna etukakatako. Kikukakatako gwe ng'okyali bulungi okubaako nakeweeterekerayo okulaba ng'ako ke kali kuyamba ng'omaze okugwa mu buzibu. Newankubadde nga ne gavumenti nayo kigikakatako mu constitution ya Uganda okulabira ddala nti abantu ba Uganda tebawangaalira mu mbeera mbi, ng'omuntu atuuka okwebaka ku lubalaza ku kipapula nga oyo munnauganda alina ne ID ya Uganda ng'agenda n'okkuba akalulu n'ava ku kipapula ng'agenda ku kalulu. Kitukosa nnyo era kituluma nnyo okubeera ng'omuntu alwala ne yeebaka mu nnyumba n'alinda Katonda ky'anaasalawo nga tasobola kusanga ddagala mu ddwaliro, ne kiba nti omwana abeera awaka olw'okuba omukadde we tasobodde kugula uniform, olw'okuba mukadde we tasobodde kugula peeni na kitabo. Ebyo bye bintu gavumenti kati byerina okuteekako ennyessira. Omwana w'omwavu n'abeera ku ssomero nga talidde, nga ne ku makya yavudde awaka nga talidde mmere, nga talina kaalidde n'adda ewaka ng'ali ku lubuto olulimu enjala. Ffe bye tugamba nti ebyo gavumenti erina okubiteeka mu policy ne mu mateeka okulabira ddala nga gavumenti kigikakatako okulaba nti bannayuganda bonna we bali, abaavu n'abatali baavu, kubanga tukitegeddeko nti osobola okubeera omwavu ate osobola obutaba na mwavu, naye nga naawe oli ku butendebeke ng'onaatera, ye tuyita vulnerability. N'olwekyo ffenna nga bwe tuli wano tewali atali vulnerable, osobola okugwa mu bwavu, osobola n'obuvaamu Mukama ng'akwatiddeko. Naye ekikulu ennyo twagadde tulage ensi olwaleero nti social protection ffenna kitwakatako ate n'abantu baffe mu byalo bo batandikawo dda bambi obubiina bwabwe buno bwobwekulaakulanya ffe ewaffe eyo tulinayo n'obubiina babuyita bwakweziika era obubiina bwakweziika oyo social protection abantu baffe balina okuweebwa amagezi ag'okubuddukanyamu okulabira ddala nga bebeera beeteefuteefu ku ekyo kyonna ekinajja okubajja mu mbeera ennungi okubateeka mu mbeera embi.
Weewaawo ate enteekateeka obwetyo bwejja okuba nga etambula mu kiseera kino eddakiika ziri 20 zaaketa ku ssaawa emu ey'akawungeezi nzikiriza nkutwale butereevu mu kanyomero kaffe akamanyikiddwa obadde okimanyi mwe tukuleetera emboozi ez'enjawulo olunaku olwaleero atukuleetedde ebyafaayo by'ekifaananyi ekimanyiddwa nga Mona Lisa. Bangi mukyefaananyiriza mukirabyeko mu bizimbe bingi nnyo naye obadde okimanyi nti kibalibwamu obuwumbi obukadde bwa $, obuwerera ddala 83. Tula ntende onyumirwe emboozi ebyafaayo by'ekifaananyi kino. Olunaku olwaleero tutunuulira ekisiige ekibalibwamu obuwumbi bwa $83 ekimanyiddwa nga Mona Lisa. Ekisiige kino kyasiigibwa omwami amanyiddwa nga Leonardo da Vinci. Kino kyateekebwa emabega wa giraasi ey'amaanyi etayita mu masasi era nga kisombodde enkuyanja y'abantu okuva mu nsi yonna okujja okwerolera ku kifaananyi kino. Kyekifaananyi ekyasinze okubeera ekittutumu mu nsi yonna. Abantu abasinga beebuuza ki ekyenjawulo ekiri mu kifaananyi kino ekibalibwamu obuwumbi n'obuwumbi bw'ensimbi era beebuuza mu bintu byonna lwaki baasalawo okusiiga omukyala ono ali mu kifaananyi kino. Omukyala gw'olaba mu kifaananyi kino kiraga nga yeesuddeko kaveero era ng'alinga alina akamwenyumwenyu akatonotono. Abakugu bangi bakyatankana ekyama ekiri mu kifaananyi kino era nga n'okutuusa kati bakyakyebuuza. Ng'abakugu bano bakyabuuliriza ennyo ku kyama ekiri mu kifaananyi kino, katusooke tutunuulire omwami yakikuba amanyiddwa nga Leonardo da Vinci. Ono yali munnassaayansi, omuvumbuzi wamu n'okubeera nga mukubi wa bifaananyi. Ono yali musajja mugezi nnyo era nga mwangu mu bintu byonna bye yali akolanga. Ng'oggyeko ekifaananyi kino yali yakubayoko ebifaananyi ebirala bingi. Ekisinga okwewuunyisa kwe kubeera ng'ekifaananyi kino ki Mona Lisa kyakubibwa ebiseera ebikadde ennyo ng'ab'omulembe guno ogulimu tekinologiya ow'amaanyi bakyakyewuunya nnyo era nga kino bwe twogerera kakibalibwamu obukadde bwa $83. Ono bwe yali asiiga ekifaananyi kino yakozesa akakodyo ak'okukozesa omukka nga si layini zino ez'enjawulo olw'ensonga nti bangi ku basizi b'ebifaananyi bakozesa nnyo okukuba layini ez'enjawulo. Ebiseera ebyo abasizi b'ebifaananyi bangi nnyo bakozesanga nnyo akakodyo k'okukuba layini n'essaaka ez'enjawulo nga bakuba ebifaananyi byabwe. Ono yakozesa ensiiga ey'omulembe ey'okuba nga yeewala nnyo ekkalaamu era abantu bangi beewuunya nnyo akamwenyumwenyu wamu n'amaaso g'omukyalo ono ge bagamba nti buli bw'otambula ng'okitunuulidde ekisiige kino abanga agobereza amaaso ng'alinga omuntu omulamu. Abakugu abasinga baatuuka n'okuvayo ne balowooza nti ekisiige kino kyandibeera maapu ey'enjawulo eragirira eby'obugagga gye biri. Abalala batandika n'okulowooza nti ekifaananyi kino kyandibanga kikwesa ebintu bingi munda mu kyo nga si kifaananyi bufaananyi nga bw'okiraba. Ekifaananyi kino kyamalirizibwa mu myaka egya 1900 mu myaka 60 emabegako nga enkyukakyuka mu nsi tennabeerawo nnyo era ng'abasinga bagamba nti omwami ono bwe yamala okusiga ekifaananyi kino yasigala nakyo paka mu kuva mu bulamu bwa nsi muno era bagenda omuziika ng'ekifaananyi tatadde. Katusooke tukunnyonnyola ani Mona Lisa ayinza okuba nga gwe baasiiga mu kifaananyi kino. Mu luyitale Mona kigambo ekikozesebwa ng'ekyekitiibwa eri omukyala yenna era ng'omukyala ali mu kifaananyi kino si ge mannya g'amatuufu. Omukyala gw'olaba mu kifaananyi kino ayitibwa Lisa Gradini era ng'omukyala ono yali just neighbor wa Leonardo da Vinci omusizi w'ekifaananyi kino era nga kigambibwa nti bwe weetegereza ekifaananyi kino kiraga nti omukyala ono yandibanga yali lubuto bw'oba weetegereza ebegabega bye wamu n'engeri gye yali yeesuddeko olugoye lw'ayambadde. Olugoye luno lwali lukozesebwa nnyo abakyala abaali embuto ebiseera ebyo. N'ekisinga okwewuunyisa ennyo abantu ke kamwenyumwenyu akali ku bwenyi bw'omukyalo ono. Abakugu bagamba nti akamwenyumwenyu kano kabalibwamu ebitundu 83 ku buli 100 era nga olw'ebbula olw'okunnyonnyola akamwenyumwenyu kano bagamba yakozesa akakodyo ke batalabangako mu kusiiga akamwenyumwenyu kano. Wewaawo ate nno byebyo nno ebyafaayo by'ekifaananyi ekyo. Ebifaananyi bingi nnyo ebyewuunyisa mu nsi era nga bitundibwayo ensimbi empitirivu mu bannaffe abo Abarooma, Abayitale wamu n'amawanga amalala mangi nnyo. Ne wano e Uganda ebifaananyi tubirina ebirabika obulungi era nga nabyo bya buseere era nga wenjogerera ekifaananyi ekimu kiyinza oyingira obukadde obutaano wamu n'okudda waggulu. So bizinesi nnungi nnyo naddala ng'otegedde ekiyo kyokkola. Akanyomero kano katuusiza ku dakiika 26 ezakayita ku ssaawa emu ey'akawungeezi era nga tukkirize ekitundu kyaffe kisookera ddala ku kiwumbewumbe mu ddakiika zino. Tuwumulemu katono tukomawo n'emboozi endala nnyingi tovaawo.
Smart 24, driving business.
Blue magic is my joy. Blue magic,
Talaba kumabala atukuza nonyirirawo kirako enyange tayisa bubi faburiki kyonna tekiri kigwa lwa blue magic is my choice. Ono blue magic ye wange ambye blue magic is my choice. Hey, ono blue magic ye wange Jovia
ng'oyolekera ku lugendo luno olw'obulamu nkuwa ekirabo eky'amaanyi agatazizibwa, amaanyi okulabibwa n'okuwulirwa mu mawanga ageewala ennyo, okutuuka buli wamu nga yadde togenzeeyo, ensi yonna ng'ekuli mu ngalo. Okutambula mu biseera n'okumanya buli kimu ekirina okumanyibwa. Jovia, kino kye kirabo kyange gy'oli.
Tewali kkubo ku ki ky'osobola okukola ku mukutu nnandameggwa ogwa MTN.
We have the best services here at Hotel Mara.
You are very rude, Mr. Chief. I want her to have longer nails like those ones.
Like mine.
So that she can tickle me in the back.
You're serious? I don't have that kind of money.
Then you are going to wash the dishes.
Me?
Waitress, haunya kamwa.
But my mouth doesn't smell.
Hey. It doesn't.
Steve, you're like my dad.
Shia, is your father as handsome as me?
24, driving business.
Nkwaniriza mu kitundu ekyokubiri ekya program business lero era nga tukyatunulira naddala entambula y'emirimu nga bwe badde mu lunaku nga tutunuulira ensonga z'ebyensimbi obutale ate amakolero wamu n'ensonga eddala nyingi nnyo olw'ensonga nti wano ku Smart 24 TV twasalawo tubeerere eddala banno ddala mu nsonga ez'ebyobusuubuzi era nga ffe abakwata nnamba emu si wano wokka mu Uganda wabula n'amawanga agatuliraanye aga East Africa. Right now Vince Mugerwa gemanya era ng'olunaku olwaleero nsinzidde wano ku Nile Avenue ate okuweereza empeereza wetwogerera embeera y'obudde ate ninyogovu yakinyika gobe kubanga ebitundu ebisinga bikyalimu obukubo obufuuyirira obutonotono ate n'akaweewo akakanyogoga ennyo gye kali kangi nnyo tukitegeera bulungi nnyo Abanayuganda akaweewo kano kabayisa bubi nnyo so bwobanga ova ewaka gwe wenna ayingira ekibuga obudde buno obw'ekiro nga ojja okukola naddala mu matundibudde gano ag'ekiro tambulamuko ne kambrera tambulamuko n'ekizimba waawaawo oba ekiswetasweta ekinene ekinaakuleetera ku bbugumu olw'ensonga nti akaddeko omuzungu agamba tekali friendly yadde n'ebyo bitubiteekako ebbali fe tukyakutwalira ddala mu maaso n'ezimu ku mboozi ezibaddewo mu lunaku ze tusobodde okuŋŋaanya era nga buterevu akatugende ku mboozi yaffe ateguddewo ekitundu kyaffe ekyokubiri nga tutandise ne gavumenti ya Uganda erayidde okuteeka ekkomo naddala ku bantu abagenda mu maaso n'okubba ettaka mu ggwanga. Kino kiddiridde oluvannyuma lwa minisita w'ebyettaka ate n'enkulaakulana Honorable Judith Nabakooba okwanjula alipoota eziwerako nga zeekuusa ku kibba ttaka mu Buganda era ng'ebitundu omuli Kayunga, Kampala ssaako Masaka bye bimu ku bitundu ebyegulidde erinnya naddala mu kibba ttaka. Tumuyina ng'akakasa ensonga eno.
Kwatagana na agencies kubanga obuvuyo ku ttaka bwe bubeerayo kitegeeza nti ffenna ng'eggwanga ne agencies za gavumenti ezivunaanyizibwa n'abo abali ku local government kubanga obuvuyo buno bubeera eyo wansi kati wansi emirandira bwe giba nga tetugizuukusizza n'okubeera nga minywevu okulaba nti ebituufu bigobererwa n'amateeka gagobererwa tuyinza okwesanga nga tuliddewo okumalawo. Tugenda kutunuulira nangeri ki emisango gino egitwalibwayo wa RDC LC egiyinza okuba nti giwulirizibwa ate ne giggwa nga tewaliiwo kusaliriza oba tewali wagulirirwa naawe ekifo kyenkola entuufu. Mu kooti muwulidde nti bagezaako okuwuliriza emisango naye ate era twesanga nti ne mu kooti era owulidde nti emisango gyonna giba gitwaliddwayo tegiwulirizibwa. Batugambye nti waliwo backlog ya mitwalo nga 3 kati jjukira ne kuno omwaka backlog eneebeerayo ejja kwegatta ku backlog eriwo bw'eneeba tekwatiddwako osanga emisango gigenda gyegumira. Ekikulu tugezaako kati okulaba nti twogereziganya n'abakulu abakulira ekitongole ekiramuzi okulaba nti emisango gy'ettaka giweebwa enkizo giwulirizibwa kubanga ettaka abantu bwe babeera ate ebintu by'ettaka biba byetaaga okuwulirizibwamu kubanga justice oba obwenkanya bwe bulwawo okubeera nti buvaayo abantu beekyawa ne weesanga nga muvuddemu okulwanagana emivuyo egitategeerekeka. Ebyo byonna tugenda kulaba nti tubitunuulira ate n'okulaba nti ebitongole ebikuumaddembe bikoze bitya okulwanyisa abantu abakozesa eryanyi ku ground kubanga mulimu oli atagenda na ku ground nagakangule bakanyama bange mbatwala awantu oli bw'anaatwala bakanyama singa wansi emirandira gibasimiza okufa bagenda okukubira minisita kiba kyawedde dda oli kyayagala okukola naye ffenna singa tuba nga tuli sensitive buli omu ng'ali ku ground waali ng'awuliriza ekigenda maaso ng'abantu bakuba essimu response ebeera very fast kijja kutuyamba nnyo okulaba nti n'abategeka okukola emivuyo n'okuleeta obutakkaanya ku ttaka bakendeera.
ate minisita wa science ne teknologiya mu ggwanga Dr. Monica Musenero alangiridde National Science Week egenda okubaayo ate buli mwaka okuva ennaku z'omwezi nga 6 ogwa Musenero okutuuka ng'ennaku z'omwezi 11 omwezi guno gwennyini, era ng'ekigendererwa kyakwolesa ebintu bye bakola omuli emmotoka z'amasannyalaze saako ate ne pikipiki. Minisita agamba nti okutuuka omwaka gwa 2030 nga wano mu kibuga Kampala wamu n'okwetooloola eggwanga buli omu akozesa emmotoka ez'amasannyalaze wamu n'okukozesa ate pikipiki ez'amasannyalaze. Zo zaategeezezza nti zo zaatandika dda era abantu bangi nnyo bazettanira wamu n'okuzitenda obulungi obuzirimu.
Enteekateeka y'eggwanga okusenguka ku mafuta, ku mmotoka ez'amafuta nga tudda mu mmotoka ez'amasannyalaze. Amawanga agasinga obungi n'ebitundu by'ensi, Europe, America, bonna batongoza strategy. Kati Uganda tujja kubanga tutongoza enteekateeka yaffe nga twagala okusenguza, era tujja kubanga tuyita mu mitendera. Tujja kusooka nga twagala entambula public, entambula y'omuntu wa bulijjo, kati nga taxi ze tukozesa. Ebyo twagala kusooka tubikyuse bidde mu masannyalaze. Era tukolaganye na bannaffe bonna aba wuto, tuteekateeka motoka ezo eze standards oba sizes ennyingi. Tugenda kukyusa bodaboda, era bodaboda ye target esooka. Twatandika dda, tulina bodaboda nga 1000 kati nga zikozesa masannyalaze, tezikozesa mafuta. Era wa bodaboda bw'olaba ng'ovuga bodaboda olunaku lwonna naye nga tokyamye ku petrol station. Ate pikipiki ezo abazikozesezzaako zibakolera nnyo ssente okusingako kubanga tezitawanya nnyo service na biki. Naye kati tulina kampani zaffe era abayiiya baffe be tubadde tukola nabo emyaka gino kati batandise okuzitunda bwe ziri. Twagala tube nga tuzikyusa okuva mu mafuta kubanga amafuta empewo yaffe wano e Kampala mbi nnyo kubanga motoka zifulumya omukka mu Kampala mungi nnyo. Bw'olaba jaamu eyo yonna efulumya omukka ate omukka ogwo gwa bulabe. Kati twagala tukikoleko. Eggulo twasinkanye ffenna abakirimu ne tukkirizaganya ku nteekateeka eno, era puroguramu eno tujja kuba nga tugitongoza mu Science Week. Tulina obusobozi okukola pikipiki zino. Tulina kati kampuni nga 6 ezikola battery, endala zikola pikipiki zonna already ziri wano mu Uganda. Era ne charging stations oba tujita charging stations wo charging la battery bigenze bitambula mu ggwanga. Kati twatandikirako wano e Kampala nga waliwo station ntono wosobola okucharginga, naye kati zigenda paka Masaka, era mu buvanjuba tutuuse Ejinja, Mambuka tutuuseewo, tuli Luweero. Kati tugenda tusaasaana tumanye nti mu bbanga eryo tujja kubanga tutuuse ng'omuntu wobeera wonna ne pikipiki y'amasannyalaze osobola ogenda n'ofuna battery n'ogikyusa kubanga yo engeri gye tugikozeemu teweetaaga kuyimirira wali. Owa bodaboda agenda wali station n'aggyamu battery eweddeko omuliro n'ateekamu battery empya, kimutwalira dakiika ng'emu yokka ng'asobola okutambula.
So twagala naffe tulage baani abatukoledde ebintu bino bye twogerako. Ani atuteeredde baasi ku kkubo, ani atuwadde kapombe gaadi. So faces ezo nti mu bujja abaana be banaaba basoma nabo balabe nti ono ye yakola kino. Obanga gwe ow'amawulire akoze kamera esooka mu Uganda nawe nga tukuteekayo. So faces of science oba abantu tuteeke ebifaananyi ku bantu abatukoledde ebikulu mu science, technology ne innovation. Then tujja kuba tukuza ne tulaunchinga club y'abaana kyetuyise Young Innovators Club. Twagala abaana abato mu masomero nabo batandika okuyiiya ebintu ate baleme mu kukoma ku just kubiyiiya, naye tusobole olaba nti nabo bakola ebintu bye tusobola oteeka katale.
ensonga okubeera mu ggwanga nga tukozesa ku mmotoka ez'amasannyalaze awamu ate ne pikipiki ez'amasannyalaze osanga ebintu bingi nnyo ate binaakyuka emyaka bwe ginaayitawo 23 nga Katonda atwadde obulamu tujja kulaba ne ku bidduka ebiyita mu bbanga wamma ddala tunyumirwa eggwanga lyattu Uganda. Bwe nkujjako eyo ate ddyo eggwanga lya Amerika liyimiriza Uganda okwetaba mu nteekateeka y'ebyobusuubuzi eya African Growth and Opportunity Act ligamba nti eryokutyoboola naddala eddembe ly'obuntu erimanyiddwa ate mu nsi yonna, wabula nga gavumenti y'eggwanga ate evuddeyo nebanga evumiridde naddala ekikolwa kino. Eggwanga lino teriyimiriza fefekafeka ng'Abannayuganda, wabula mulimu amawanga amalala agayimiriziddwa naddala mu nteekateeka y'ebyobusuubuzi okuli Gabon, Niger ne Central African Republic. Mu kwogerako n'abamu ku babaka ba paalamenti abatuula kakiiko bategeezezza nga bizinesi z'Abannayuganda nnyingi bwe zigenda okuba nga zikozesebwa kyokka nga amawanga agatwetoolodde ate geeyongera kugenda maaso.
Kera ddala agowa gwe mukisa Abamerika gwe baatuwa okubanga tutunda ebintu byaffe ku katale kaabwe. Tujjukire nti akatale kaabwe ke kakyasinze kubaamu nsimbi mu nsi yonna. Ekintu bakigula mu kudiibuula ssente, era akatale ka Amerika ke kayambye China okuva mu nsi enjavu okufuuka eggwanga eggagga ennyo mu nsi muno. Buli atunda ng'otunda ku katale ka Amerika, ne bw'oba toyagala gaggawala ogaggawala. Wano mu Uganda tulabye emmwanyi ng'erinnya bbeeyi, kati ewanirira amaka mangi mu Uganda muno, era bw'oyogera ku mmwanyi buli omu akutegeera nti eka abaali bafunanga $50,000 saawa zino waliwo n'abafuna obukadde 10 omwaka ogumu mu eka. Kakati bwe batujja ku katale ako olabira ddala nti bizinesi zaffe ze tubadde tukola mu birime nnyingi zigenda kwonooneka naddala ebyo ebirime bye tutunda mu Amerika. So omuntu wa bulijjo agenda kukosebwa nnyo. Ate mu kitundu muno mwe tuba mu East Africa basosoddemu ffeffekka. So olabira ddala nga amawanga agatwetoolodde gagenda sigala nga kulaakulana ku supiidi, ffe gatuleke emabega. Tujja tuuka ekiseera nga bye tubadde tusuubula e Kenya, bye tubadde tusuubula e Tanzania tetukyasobola kubanga omusimbi gujja kuba waggulu, bo dola bajja kuba bagiina. Ffe nga exchange rate etunafuyiza kubanga kati dola bwe tutali katale kali dola egenda kufuuka ntono. Kubanga omuwatwa ogumu mwebadde eva baba baguggadde ejja fuuka ntono, exchange rate eyonooneke, ssente ya Uganda eyongere okunaabuuka. Kikalubirize obulamu bwe tulimu era bannaffe batuleke emabega. So kibi nnyo okutujja ku katale ako, era nsuubira nti gavumenti yandikoze buli ekyetaagisa okwogerezaganya n'Abamerika okulaba nga batuleka ku katale. Okusookera ddala tulina amawanga ge tugendamu ne tusanga nga abaliyo tebanywa mwenge, era nga abaliyo tebanywa mwenge era nga n'amawanga gaagaana omwenge okuyingira. Naye Amerika tevangayo kugamba amawanga ago nti gatyoboola eddembe ly'obulamu. Ne mu Amerika yennyini waliwo states ezitakkirizagana na bisiyaga, tebeesosola bo na bo. So batubuulire ki kye tukoze ekyenjawulo, wawe tukalubiriza bwe balaba nti twawukana ku nsi endala, kubanga si ffeffeka abalina etteeka ly'ebisiyaga. Ate n'etteeka ly'ebisiyaga twalirina emabega kaawo, twalongoosamu lirongoose naye libaddewo. So njawulo ki gye balaba mu tteeka lyaffe, kubanga twandyagadde okwekuuma n'okukuuma gundi okukuuma kaluca yaffe.
Akeyo ate yo kabineti y'eggwanga yayisiza etteeka erifuga abasomesa oluvannyuma lw'okukizuula nti waliwo abo bonna abeerimbika mu mulimu guno, ekireetera gavumenti okubanga ate efulumya wamu n'okufiirizibwa ensimbi nnyingi nnyo. Minisita avunaanyizibwa ku nsonga z'ebyamawulire wamu n'okulungamya eggwanga ate Honorable Chris Baryomunsi agamba nti bakuteekawo Teachers Council okubayambako okulaba nti buli musomesa abeera ne license era nga bajja kuvaayo balambiike n'ensimbi omusomesa z'alina okusasulwa okusobola okubeerawo ng'ate ali ku lukalala lwabo bonna abalina okusasulwa gavumenti.
Mande minisita w'ebyenjigiriza yaleese etteeka erigenda kuba livuga abasomesa. Ekikulu ekiri mu tteeka lino nti lyeteeka erigenda kuteeka okuleeta engero gye tusobola okulabirira profession ey'abasomesa kubanga professions endala ez'enjawulo zibeera n'amaofiisi n'ebitongole ebirabirira empisa enkola n'enkulaakulana ya professions kati ng'abasawo wabeerawo council y'abadokita waliwo council y'abanaasi n'abamidwives waliwo council y'abasawo abalala ng'abalabalatole yekola ku mpisa ez'abasawo kati etteeka lino ligenda kuteekako teachers council kati yegenda kuba egoberera ensonga ez'abasomesa kati etteeka liwabula nti abasomesa bateeka kubeera n'empisa bateeka kubeera ne standards bateeka kubeera ne ethics engero gye batwalamu profession ey'obusomesa etteeka ligamba nti omusomesa oba omaze okusoma ojja kuba okola internship then obeere registered bakuwandiike obeere ku lukalala ogw'abasomesa ate buli myaka ena oteekwa okurenyuwinga license yo ogenda mu council neteekako stamp ku license gyewafuna ate ntonaba kufuna estampu ojja kusooka olage ti mu myaka ena obadde oyongera ku magezi gewafuna mu college gewafuna mu university kubanga tetukyagala musomesa nti amale kusoma abeere awo mutayeyongera mu bukugu
Wawa embuzi eno etusiza ku dakika 47 ezaketa ku ssaawa emu ey'akawungezi era tukkiriza tukutwale mu bifaananyi by'olunaku nga tusiima abaami n'abakyala abakeera okuva ewaka ne bagenda ne balimu okulaba nga beenoonyeza ku nsimbi ababeera mu butale wamu n'okukola emirimu egy'enjawulo kasajjiba nga giyingiza ensimbi mu ngeri enjawulo tukuŋŋaanya ebifaananyi bino ne tubasiima mu ngeri y'ensusu wamu n'obbazzaamu amaanyi nti bongere okukola olw'ensonga nti ensi si kulera ngalo tuula ntende olabe ebifaananyi by'olunaku kola bannaffe mwebala ate butakoowa n'okulaba nga muyingiza ensimbi tubasiima wano ku Smart 24 TV bwe tubutambudde olunaku olwaleero obadde mulabi mulungi nnyo okuva gye twatandikidde ku ssaawa emu yennyini program business leero nga tutunuulira entambula y'emirimu nga bwebadde mu olunaku lwakuna bwetyo bwe tubeera okuva ku lunaku olwabbalaza paka ku lunaku olwokutaano mabega wange anyimiridde okumpi ate n'oluguudo olumanyiddwa nga Nile Avenue era nga bw'obanga weetegereza bulungi ekifaananyi ekyo kajjaamuko kakwatidde ddala era gwe wenna asuubira okukozesa oluguudo olwo kiyinza okutwalira wakati w'eddakiika 5 okuviira ddala eri ku bypass abajja ne bakubira awo emulago bwayise ne bajja ne bagwa ku golf course ne bayunga emabega wange wano wenyimiridde ate ne babanga bamalayo paka ku bitaala bya Jinja Road embeera y'obudde bunyogovu nnyo erese ne kajjaamu nga kangi nnyo mwe mwenna abatunda caayi mu trading center tubatumidde era nga tukimanyi bulungi nnyo nti akaseera kano mwenogera ku nsimbi abatunda obuugi obusera ebigere abaami baagala nnyo ekika ky'emmere ekyo naddala nga kuliko ne muwogo nkimanyi kati baatudde edda ntende era bagenda maaso n'okuwoomerwa bannaffe abakola bizinensi eyo olunaku olwaleero buli lutuuka bwe luti basanyuka olw'ensonga nti bayingiza ensimbi. Bwetyo bwetambudde olunaku olwaleero. Brian Alvin Semugerwage emanya gange musule bulungi tukwatagana olunaku olw'enkya mweraba.
Smart 24, driving business.
Luxury redefined at Seasan Hotel as you indulge in the splendor of elegant living fit for the royalty that you are. Step into comfort, pampering and blissful customer-centric service as you select from our range of comfy exquisite living quarters furnished to meet with your royal preference. Surrounded by scenic beauty, our tropical setting allows you to escape the glamorous ordeal of city life. Our ambient green gardens will guide you to a place of revitalizing rest. The 3-star restaurant caters to your palate, serving your choice menu ranging from exotic cuisines to local delicacies. Our chefs will serve you full course meals for a truly out-of-this-world culinary experience. Our fully stocked bar to whet your throat, from renowned global brand whisks, brandies, gins, beers and wines to our locally celebrated beverages, you will not lack for any brewage. It's an all-new experience in the East at Seasan Hotel. So visit today at plot 15 to 19 Spire Road, Ginger, or contact us on +256 751 719 960 and +256 785 354 614 for reservations. Seasan Hotels, luxury redefined.
If you want to find class in Nairobi, look no further.
Toast to luxury. Cheers to that, baby.
We run this city.
Period.
You're more Kenyan than all other Kenyans.
Najari was Arab.
Who said I'm bringing drama? I brought the shade.
You brought it.
Yeah. I'm here and I'm very comfortable. I am not leaving. It's not your party.
Jovia ng'oyolekera ku lugendo luno olw'obulamu nkuwa ekirabo eky'amaanyi agatazizibwa, amaanyi okulabibwa n'okuwulirwa mu mawanga ageewala ennyo, okutuuka buli wamu nga yadde togenzeeyo, ensi yonna ng'ekuli mu ngalo. okutambula mu biseera n'okumanya buli kimu ekirina okumanyibwa. Jovia, kino kye kirabo kyange gy'oli.
Tewali kkubo ku ki ky'osobola okukola ku mukutu nnandameggwa ogwa MTN.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Tech lovers, welcome to Smart Tech. Now, the amazing news is that Innovation Village has organized a tech event that of course leads to a great startup for almost all the tech developers in East Africa. Now, the amazing news is that Andrew Barije was on ground to elaborate more and showcase what transpired at Innovation Village. It's an amazing event that you must keep up with.
Well explained exactly just what Clinton just said. We get to realize that actually in the past couple of years there have been quite some massive developments when it comes to the technology, that is with the startups in our neighboring countries, that is within East Africa, that is to mention Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania and so many more. But however, the ultimate question is, how are these developments into these countries, how is it affecting the progress of the startup tech scene in the country Uganda? And well, this is what we call the Shwari. This is an event organized by the Innovation Village, where the different innovators, most especially those that are doing startups, which, you know, those young innovations, they come up together, they meet up, they share ideas, see ways on how to break through. And some of the matters that were discussed in this soiree, in this tech meetup, was matters to do with regulations, most especially to the fintech side, and also the aspect of scams, scams that is still into via the fintech. But we get to understand that the Innovation Village through the Shwari has been quite very instrumental when it comes to mentoring these young innovations. But well, the place is, how best have you positioned yourself? Let's get into this real quick.
In the recent years, East Africa has emerged as a vibrant hub for technology startups, and Uganda is at the forefront of this burgeoning scene. The innovative spirit and entrepreneurial drive of young minds have created a remarkable impact on Uganda's startup ecosystem. Today, we explore the influence of the tech startups in East Africa on Uganda's entrepreneurial landscape, highlighting the significance of events like the Shwari, organized by the Innovation Village.
In Kenya, we know it for a very good, it's a good startup hub, and incubator of sorts. And basing that we are next to Kenya, you realize that companies or startups that begin in Kenya normally expand to Uganda because we are a neighboring country. And you find that because some Ugandans are based in Kenya and some Kenyans are also based this side, there is a way we collaborate, and which sort of opens Uganda as a new avenue for capital to come in. We have seen companies like Rocket Health being one of the companies that have raised good money. I mean, they raised like $5 million, right? I mean, that's already testimony that man, people are actually working. People are looking for capital and they're finding it, and there are actually many other testimonies besides Rocket Health which have grown because of being in a good ecosystem. So we are getting there slowly by slowly.
Looking at countries like Kenya, for example, gives us all the energy, because companies like Lipalater, M-Copper, like those big guys that are raising big money, really challenge you. We recently raised a pre-seed round of $1 million USD, and here it's big news. But when you go to a space like Kenya, that's okay, fine, comes, that's it, because they're raising bigger money. I think the money we raise here times 5 is when you get like on a rough estimate is when you get the money that startups in Kenya raise. And I think also the space also matters, because if an investor is investing in a Kenyan startup, they sort of have this mindset that Kenyans work hard, or they are fast-paced in their decision making, whatever. So we are trying to kind of imitate that we see in Kenya and implement it here locally in Uganda, so that we can also begin to bring the big monies in the economy.
What I can say about that is that we've been seeing a lot of brain drain and a lot of migration of people from our ecosystem, because there has not been much activity as compared to our neighboring countries. Now what we are trying to do is to do a combination of events that deliver value to people in our ecosystem. A number of them actually fly in, others international entrepreneurs. You will go there. If you're able to interact with one or two, you'll find that some, when they're in Uganda, they put this on their calendars and they're able to come and interact with others. So there are actually very many opportunities for people who attend, because you do not know who next to meet. And that is the importance of this, to spark an interest that the people in our neighboring countries or investors or other entrepreneurs want to find out what is happening in our ecosystem. So that is what at the core why we do, and we put a combination of these community engagements at the hub, to spark that level of interest, because it's very important in the long run.
Definitely, ecosystems of different countries, there's I don't know if I can call it a silent competition or it's not silent, but there's always that, that competition. We want to be proud of our ecosystem as Uganda. So when a startup like Zofikash raises $1 million, we're like, hey, Ugandan startups can. When a Kenyan startup raises its money, they're also like, oh, a Kenyan startup. So that's subtle competition. But, there's definitely benchmarking. And I think for us, we benchmark from those around us. And also we have ambitious benchmarks like the Silicon Valley startups. But here in Africa, the top ecosystem is Nigeria. I think every African startup ecosystem wants to emulate what Nigeria has done. They have produced unicorns. There are people that are innovating, the tech, the infrastructure, and they're privileged to have an economy that is big enough to support that kind of progress. We are soon getting there in Uganda. Definitely, we're not sleeping, we're not resting. Events like this, conversation like these, communities of people like this, people are doing amazing things here. If you do actually, look under the soil, people are doing tremendous things, amazing things. So, unfortunately, we have not been able to publicize that in a compelling way. If you're to ask anyone that's walking around the street, or what's a startup, Innovation Village, this, chances are they may not know. But that does not mean that there's no value happening. That does not mean that there's nothing happening. Things are happening, but we need to find a way as entrepreneurs to put that out. We're very closed-in people. We're working. You're working like Steve Jobs. He was in his garage. We are always working on cool stuff and hiding it. But with me and with Imaginary Line, what we want to do is to enable startups build in public. Yeah. Thank you.
Uganda's startup scene has experienced a remarkable transformation, fueled by rapid advancements in technology. Entrepreneurs are leveraging digital platforms like mobile technology and internet connectivity to create innovative solutions that address local challenges and drive economic growth. As neighboring countries in East Africa witness the success of their tech startups, Uganda has taken note and embraced the opportunities offered by this dynamic sector.
I think Innovation Village has been really remarkable in the Ugandan startup ecosystem. It's easy to overlook different activities, but once you talk about entrepreneur support organizations in the Ugandan ecosystem, what comes first? Innovation Village. It's not the oldest. It's not the that's in all areas. But what makes Innovation Village vibrant is its impact, its value, and that's what makes it compelling. Its community, that entrepreneurs that it has. So Innovation Village's value is. Innovation Village has the network of people that are able to take a startup from point A to point B. They have the tools to help them, they have the human resource to help them, they have the networks to help them within and outside Uganda. So, ideally a startup needs many things for it to grow and thrive. They need investors, they need world-class tools when it comes to software, developing MVPs. They need a community of like-minded people. That's how innovation comes about. Someone has an idea of how to do this and has a different way of doing it, putting it together. That's innovation. So Innovation Village has those tools that would help a startup go from point A to point B, and they also develop the founder, with their venture building programs and upskilling programs. The Innovation Village is always up to something to help the entrepreneurs here.
Africa is a very, very promising place, to be honest, because the thing is, there's a strong willingness to learn, right, and to also adopt new technology, right? And also we are segging into an era where 7 out of 10 of the youths that you'll meet are either utilize the technology in their personal life, right, or they're using it to build something in their community. So they're always looking at what can I infuse into my startup or my venture to take it to the whole other level, to the next level. So with the technology that is of course happening around us, to be honest, the least I can say is there's a lot of promise for partnership, right? There's a lot of promise for collaboration as well, but more importantly there's a lot of promise for learning as well, because and of course segging back to the soiree, when people of a like mind come together, right, it changes the entire ball game and scope, because you get to pick from different ideologies, different approaches, right, and you also get to basically get a handbook of how people are solving their problems in real time, right? So if we are in the same space and I am struggling with something, but you are at a different level than I am, right? Probably you started 3 years ago, I started 6 months ago. The regulations are definitely the same, right? So the struggles are the same. So I'll ask you, how did you deal with, let's say, your registration? What platform are you using for your payments, right? Between I don't mean to mention some brands, but between brand A and brand B, which one has a better service delivery, right? So this definitely does inform our decision making at a way better level, but more importantly also it saves us a lot of time and finances in mistakes, right? Because if you're in technology, it can be really costly to get the wrong software, right? Software in the technology space is the most expensive thing for sure, right? So you want to make sure that you are spending your money in the right place and position, but most importantly you're getting the highest value and return on investment for the software that you're using. And the only way you can be able to find that out is by consulting people that are in the space, that are using that software and other softwares, right, and also have been playing the game for longer. There is no need to reinvent the wheel, right? The wheel is already there. The best we can do is to renovate the wheel, but we cannot innovate the wheel, right? So to answer your question, Africa is very promising. We have a lot of potential, we have a lot of resources, we have a lot of bright minds. I have met some of the most amazing people, right, in my travels. If you are blessed and have the opportunity to get to move outside your own motherland, and you go to Kenya, you go to Morocco, right? I'm a huge Pan-Africanist, so I love to interact with other people in the African space that are doing what I am doing, right? And basically get to share insights on how we can take our continent to a whole other level.
Now, taking a look at the Shwari. The Shwari is a meeting organized by the Innovation Village in Uganda and has emerged as a pivotal platform for fostering collaboration among tech startups in the region. This gathering brings together entrepreneurs, investors, industry experts, and policymakers to exchange ideas, share experiences, and explore potential partnerships. By facilitating networking and knowledge sharing, the Shwari enhances Uganda's competitiveness in East Africa's vibrant startup ecosystem.
We're organizing the Village Meetup, which is a monthly networking event for members of our community, entrepreneurs in the Ugandan ecosystem. So the impact of this event is basically to enable networking and market making in real time. Because when you are in a space like this, you can be able to connect with another in real time, find out what they do, and no one knows what the future holds. Tomorrow that could be a partnership, that could be a linkage to something that someone needs in their own startup. So while we create on these Fridays an unwinding event, but in a very intentional way, to enable them to connect with one another, because Monday to Friday, in the days of the week, 8 to maybe 5, everyone is busy working. But yet networking is one of the most pivotal parts of building a startup or anything in the life of an entrepreneur. So that's why this becomes very, very useful to the entrepreneurs and to what we do here at the village.
This community is very important because it is where we meet, and like the current startup policy that is being made, we get to talk about it casually but also in a way that kind of brings out the real opinions that we have. You know, in boardrooms, it's very easy to really say your opinion because you're like, which investor is listening, which politician is listening, I don't want to step on this guy's toes, I don't want to step on this guy's toes. But here, it's even. Like we come and meet with big dogs and like us, the normal guys, like it's a fair, fine conversation. So we can always express ourselves and get laws that are friendly for the ecosystem. So again, the whole idea is about having that space to have normal conversations naturally.
Soiree is a product of the Innovation Village. It's something to grow the Innovation Village community, and the purpose of Soiree is an event where entrepreneurs, ideally startup entrepreneurs or startup founders, come together to have valuable conversations and to connect. That's why with Soiree it's a bit different from the other events that you usually find. The events are mostly in a conference setup. People just come, sit, and go. But in Soiree we intend to put together activities that engage people. The previous Soiree had a movie night, and the movie was a movie that had a lot of information and knowledge that the founders would take on, and it was fun. And we usually have a band here. It's something that we try to break the ice where people can connect deeply, have meaningful, valuable conversations, and connect and network ideally. So that's the purpose of Soiree, and it's a concept that's growing, and people are compelled to attend it because it's not a conventional thing. Whenever you go to a conference, you come, you sit, you're quiet the entire time. Maybe you network a little bit when it's ending, but with this now the Soiree of today, after the panel session going on currently, we're going to have a networking session that's intentional, and this is where we're going to have people, we're going to have mechanisms that make people interact, and there are people who come that are quiet but want them to also talk, want them to meet with the man on the panel, Ebon Amuri, about yellow card, want him to talk to them, to interact with them. So it's something what we want people to get the most value out of. So yeah, that's a bit about Soiree, and it's just to conclude, it's not particularly for tech. It is mainly for startup founders. Yeah, so most of these people here are startup founders, and what a startup is a business that you put together to grow fast. So startups are fast growing businesses, and they have characteristics like funding, innovation, and scaling. So these are all startup founders. Some may be in tech, some may be in agriculture, some may be in education, some may be in PR, but all these people are contributing to the ecosystem so that it can grow at a fast pace. So yeah, that's a bit about Soiree. Yeah.
So the importance of soirees is information, right? And information is segging the evolution of today, right? So if you are informed, or perhaps if you keep learning and unlearning information, right, you put yourself in a way sweeter position and place to transition with the current affairs of the world, right? So just recently I was listening to one AI song from Drake, right? So the thing is, there's a whole concern about artificial intelligence, but what I would like to say on that, segging to the Soiree, is that our viewers right now should not worry about what artificial intelligence will do against them, but rather what they can do with artificial intelligence, right? Because there is no point in worrying about how it is going to replace you or take away the role that you are performing right now, because it will never, right? Technology at the end of the day is there to assist us, but more importantly to create conveniency, right? So at the end of the day, you need to ask yourself, how can I fuse the technology or perhaps the artificial intelligence that is evolving around me to support my work and to enable me do my work faster, right? So the essence of the soiree, I was speaking again with Don, and he's a very intelligent guy, to be honest. I know, Don, if you're watching this, I always tell you every single time, you are a very brilliant gentleman for sure. But the essence of the soiree is basically to, one, enable people unwind from the week, because to be honest, it can be quite a hectic week, right? There's a lot of things that can happen in 5 days, yeah? That could be quite tight on your mind. So the essence of the soiree is to help people unwind, but more importantly also to give them a piece of information that they can digest, right? From people that are practicing in the fields that are of their interest, right? Because it can be very hard to track down, let's say, the CEO of Zofikash, right? He is right with us in the room as we speak, right? You may never get the opportunity to meet him physically, but with events like this, it attracts these kinds of people, and you can be able to actually network with them. If you have something for them, you can get to pitch them, you can get their number, right? So it's more than just unwinding, but also getting to enable people from different walks of life and capacity to interact with one another. So that's the goal of the soiree.
It's going to be very productive. I think people in the tech space, I understand when somebody has finished university and they have like an innovation, an idea, and they're looking for cash, man. They want money to grow it, yeah, to scale. And those are one of the things we're going to be talking about from the capital raising, yeah, because a company like Yellow Card we have raised over $50 million of funding in the 3 years that we have been, and of course I would definitely, I'm open to sharing about how that was done and the KPIs set when actually you raise funding, or even how you meet these people, yeah, how you engage with them, yeah, what your idea needs to be like before you start pitching, right? So it's going to be a very productive event.
As a young innovator, I am very positive that you must have enjoyed the first session of this event, and I believe there is so much more that we have to show you, but we shall cut shortly for a commercial break, and we will be back to give you more about what transpired on this event. I'm sure you will enjoy so much more. Stay connected, stay tuned.
Smart 24, driving business.
Anachindesa speed. Mpayo ntya kumbaga ya mwenemu ngankozesa momobe. Iwe joyete bantu bawayo. Owayo tya oli ne sente. Ndimo mutwalo. Mutwalo ngagutoirewo.
Mutwalo ngaguvaawa.
Leta amoni. Go amakalibala kodi mutwalo gwakuziremeka.
Oba itano oba mukaga awo ati wagati.
Zero diswike 3. Logo mutwalo gwendi.
Mulagirire.
Nega sita ndala mukaga 5.
Ndala mukaga 5.
Sita 3. Yo ash. Yes.
Merchant code.
Eta merchant code ya tamu ensanvu. Sanvu emirundi 3.
Nega awo tamu esente doli kuwayo.
Guno mutwalo gwemba kodi.
Tamu piniyo totulimba.
Gogo mazo sasu. Buji. Kyabazinga nebazizi.
Kisada kiri ne sente.
Kisada kiba musente.
Mone kisada kigayiga.
Mutwalo gutidu.
Pay or shop with MTN Momo and get cashback every week. It's free of charge. Use the Momo app or dial *165*3#.
Luxury redefined at Seasand Hotel as you indulge in the splendor of elegant living fit for the royalty that you are. Step into comfort, pampering and blissful customer-centric service as you select from our range of comfy exquisite living quarters furnished to meet with your royal preference. Surrounded by scenic beauty, our tropical setting allows you to escape the glamorous ordeal of city life. Our ambient green gardens will guide you to a place of revitalizing rest. The 3-star restaurant caters to your palate, serving your choice menu ranging from exotic cuisines to local delicacies. Our chefs will serve you full course meals for a truly out-of-this-world culinary experience. Our fully stocked bar to wait your throat, from renowned global brand whisks, brandies, gins, beers and wines to our locally celebrated beverages, you will not lack for any brewage. It's an all-new experience in the East at Seasun Hotel. So visit today at plot 15 to 19 Spire Road, Ginger, or contact us on +256 751 719 960 and +256 785 354 614 for reservations. Seasun Hotels, luxury redefined.
Smart 24, driving business.
Welcome back from that short commercial break. I hope you enjoyed yourself and you have been stretching your muscles to enjoy what is coming next for your table. I believe there is so much you're going to enjoy in the next session. Enjoy.
Through the Shari, tech startups in Uganda gain exposure to best practices, insights, and success stories from across the region. This exposure inspires the innovation and encourages entrepreneurs to aim higher, setting the stage for disruptive solutions that have potential to transform industries. The event serves as a catalyst for attracting investment, creating partnerships, and unlocking new avenues for growth, ultimately bolstering Uganda's position on the East African tech startup landscape. And all this has been made possible with the responsible stakeholders, such as the Innovation Village.
First of all, before even the Suwari, the Innovation Village as an incubator has really been a very important part of our growth, because when we started out, our office was inside the Innovation Village. They gave us office space, they gave us a community of fellow innovators in the fintech space that helped us to kind of grow. You know, like, startup building is hard. And because it is already hard, you need a community around you to sort of like share your problems with. And sometimes you share your problems and realize yours are not actually problems. So you're encouraged to, like, you know what, I think I'm actually okay, I'll be fine. Because you hear another guy who is having a 10 times bigger problem. So that was the biggest, I think, to this day. So even the Suwari is founded on that, because the whole idea of the Suwari is that we come as different startups and different innovators in the ecosystem, and then share experiences, network, learn from the guys that have gone before us. And sort of like after a long week, today is a Friday, after a long week you have this, you're rejuvenated, because some weeks can mean to be really long. So yeah, it's the biggest thing with the Innovation Soiree and the whole Innovation Village space is community, where like-minded innovators meet and get to sort of have this community where they can hold each other accountable, but also motivate and encourage each other to keep building.
I think Innovation Village has been really remarkable in the Ugandan startup ecosystem. It's easy to overlook, different activities, but once you talk about entrepreneur support organizations in the Ugandan ecosystem, what comes first? Innovation Village. It's not the oldest. It's not the that's in all areas. But what makes Innovation Village vibrant is its impact, its value, and that's what makes it compelling. Its community, that entrepreneurs that it has. So Innovation Village's value is. Innovation Village has the network of people that are able to take a startup from point A to point B. They have the tools to help them, they have the human resource to help them, they have the networks to help them within and outside Uganda. So, ideally a startup needs many things for it to grow and thrive. They need investors, they need world-class tools when it comes to software, developing MVPs. They need a community of like-minded people. That's how innovation comes about. Someone has an idea of how to do this and then has a different way of doing it, putting it together. That's innovation. So Innovation Village has those tools that would help a startup go from point A to point B, and they also develop the founder, with their venture building programs and upskilling programs. The Innovation Village is always up to something to help the entrepreneurs here.
We hosted a delegation from the National Planning Authority, and all those efforts are geared to make sure that the interests of the youth and entrepreneurs in the country are well represented. They came and they have been able to see what we do, not only here but also in other regions of Uganda. We are also pushing the Startup Act. We do not have a policy framework for startups, and we've been pushing that very hard as the village in collaboration with other hubs and other entities that are big stakeholders in the Uganda startup ecosystem. So policy is at the core of what we do, and it's very important because without regulation, then whatever you're building it in a vacuum.
And now crossing over to the fintech challenges and regulatory hurdles. Additionally, we delve into the challenges faced by the fintech space, particularly concerning regulatory framework. While the tech startup scene in Uganda continues to thrive, the fintech space faces its own set of challenges. One prominent issue is the regulatory framework surrounding financial technology innovations. Financial startups operate in a heavily regulated environment, which can often stifle their growth and hinder the development of disruptive solutions. Regulatory frameworks designed for traditional financial institutions struggle to keep pace with the rapid evolution of fintech. Startups find themselves navigating complex and outdated regulations, resulting in lengthy approval processes, high compliance costs, and limited room for experimentation. These challenges impede the development of innovative fintech solutions that could drive financial inclusion and transform the lives of millions of Ugandans. Of course, despite some of the players say it's promising.
I think also it's called FITSPA. It's the Financial IT Authority, Association, which mainly it pioneered the drafting of the National Payment Systems Act, and you will see that is when companies like Mobile Money, MTN Mobile Money, Airtel actually had a proper framework for them to operate. Yeah. And it was from that companies like us also got we got interested in what caters for us in that particular act, and there is a clause which addresses something called the sandbox environment, mainly a new innovation hub for new innovators like us who are dealing in digital assets. For example, it's new innovation, people are confused about it, and they're saying, oh man, you guys just come figure it out, as we also figure out how to properly regulate you, and after the sandbox we can give you a full license in case it makes sense. So I think we are getting closer to regulation, especially because we are getting into a world of one currency. I believe that one day, just like communication has been made global through WhatsApp, through different means, I'm seeing a world where there will be one currency, and of course it won't be paper money being moved in cars and stuff. It will be digital money, which will just be transferred through, for example, a blockchain. Yeah. So yeah, it's I think it's promising.
So regulation-wise, the conversations are still going on. Some regulations are not fair, others are, but regulators will always be regulators at the end of the day. But to the best of our ability, we will strive for the best laws that we can work with in this environment.
The development of tech startups in East Africa has had a profound impact on Uganda's entrepreneurial ecosystem, and events like the Shwari, organized by the Innovation Village, have played a significant role in fostering collaboration and competitiveness. As Uganda embraces its role as a key player in the East Africa's tech startup scene, it is essential to address the challenges faced by the fintech space, particularly in terms of regulatory hurdles. By creating a supportive environment that encourages innovation and streamlining regulations to accommodate fintech advancement, Uganda can further enhance its position and drive sustainable economic growth through its vibrant startup ecosystem.
Well, quite very interesting matters in there as being discussed. That is sharing with the different young innovators. You can see how really passionate they really are when it comes to how best they can actually execute and, you know, put out what they feel that is about the innovation. You know, one thing about these meetups is that, like somebody mentioned earlier in there, that it's very difficult for you to meet certain CEOs of certain big tech companies. But one of the ways in which you can actually be in position to meet them is through such meetups. You know, you get to meet the different stakeholders, the decision makers, and I mean people that really make decisions when it comes to the tech world and when it comes to implementation of the different policies which have been put up right there. Well, hope you enjoy this episode of Smart Tech, and maybe before I sign out, don't forget on our social media handles at Smart24 TV, that's on Twitter, Smart24 TV Official, that's on Facebook, and Smart24 TV Live, that's on YouTube. But you can also of course get to your Play Store and download the Smart Digital application. You will be able to catch the live programming regardless of any place where you'll be located at. It will be very much more interesting for your side. And Smart24 TV, that's on our official website, channel 372 DSTV, channel 320 on Go TV. Definitely, as we keep delivering to you more of the business related articles. I've been Andrew Barije with Clinton, definitely bringing you the Smart Tech for this episode. Till next week, a very good bye for now.
Smart 24, driving business.
People call me Koja Maraka.
Welcome to Love Uganda Limited.
Where we fix the hearts.
My wife, you'll see her head and you'll think, oh no.
Money have some real.
This is Jordan. When it comes to classwork, Jordan is magic. Jordan shines. Jordan makes his peers better. Jordan is a true leader. White Star Magic family. Be a leader. Be magic. Smart 24, driving business.
In the coming 5 years, we will see systems like this all over Europe.
In the future, the digital intelligence of the truck will be a new trademark.
I think looking back in 50 years, maybe we would ask ourselves, why was it allowed to drive with a manual truck?
Driving modern high-tech trucks evolves around the demands for energy-efficient driving, precision and road safety for drivers and others. Automated driving is no longer science fiction, but is already used in many industries such as logistics and transport. One manufacturer with decades of experience is, among others, Volvo Trucks in Sweden. Pioneering innovations for trucks happen at two fronts. One is on the road. Manufacturers are working on a number of vehicles driving simultaneously as a group. They call this way of driving platooning. Several vehicles follow a leading vehicle while keeping the exact same speed and distance. Platooning contributes to more safety on the road and more convenient driving. It enables a smoother flow of traffic. Platooning trucks can save up to 10% fuel. This virtual trailer coupling is possible by using radar, cameras and control units which are communicating with each other. Other innovations take place in confined areas such as yards, harbors or deep underground in mines. Here in Kristineberg in Sweden, 1,000 meters deep inside the mine Boliden, trucks face difficult and demanding conditions, such as confined space and darkness, curves and uneven ground. Here, for the first time, autonomous driving truck tested in everyday operations underground. Based on a sensor system of radar and laser, the truck analyzes constantly its surrounding space. Thanks to automated speed, gear shifting and smart logistic, all waiting times and stops are minimized and the productivity has increased.
Digitization plays a role in every kind of mobility and logistics. Think about the autonomous driving car, the autonomous driving truck. We're getting it very soon, maybe sooner than a lot of people are expecting it. So everything, if it is digitized and connected, it can be automated.
There is an increased demand of transportation and mobility in the society driven by urbanization, but also by new customer behaviors, like for instance more online shopping. This is actually going to be a paradigm shift when it comes to logistics. The three technology trends that we talk a lot about here when it comes to automation, connectivity and electrification.
Generally, trucks are operating along the full chain of logistics, delivering goods into the cities, but naturally also bringing goods straight from the point of production. In Brazil, the production of sugarcane is big business, but about 4% of the seedlings for next year's harvest are crushed by manually driven trucks following the harvester. They also damage the soil when entering and leaving the field. This means big losses. Volvo Trucks' innovative prototype is an automated self-steering truck which keeps track with minimal deviation. It digitally synchronizes the speed with the harvester, ensuring a high degree of precision. The driver can accelerate or brake manually, or he can use speed control. This increases the harvest's output and the safety at work for the drivers. Back in the city, operating a big refuse truck in urban areas is challenging. Narrow roads, parking cars and crossing pedestrians present high risks for collision. As part of a research project, a Swedish waste disposal company and Volvo Trucks develop and test this prototype of an automated refuse truck. Basically, the heavy truck follows the refuse collector like a dog in walking pace. When the truck approaches a parked car, it will drive around this car. If encountered by playing children, it will stop automatically. Sensors monitor the environment constantly, providing maximum safety. Big advantage for local authorities, only one refuse collector is needed. Innovation never stops, so how can manufacturers tap the full digital potential for future models? In cooperation with Swedish energy agencies, the manufacturer developed a concept truck with hybrid drive, using a new aerodynamic concept.
We had a very tough target to improve transport efficiency by 50%, and we have not made all the final tests yet, but it seems very promising, all that we have tested so far.
This concept truck runs on diesel when necessary, and it recovers and restores electric energy when recuperating while braking or driving downhill.
We actually try to optimize the truck, so we use a combustion engine when needed. We use electrical engines when we can save fuel.
This way, the fully loaded truck can drive up to 10 kilometers in electric mode when on flat roads or in urban areas, nearly noiseless.
Driving in electric mode, first of all, you cut emissions. It's a special feeling to be in a truck that is driven by electric mode.
Its connected super brain knows the country like the back of one's hand, constantly analyzing the topography ahead by using GPS and electronic road maps.
With digitalization, we can offer new services like zone management. Through GPS positioning, we can, for instance, turn the vehicle into a low emission mode or zero emission mode in certain areas of the cities.
First of all, every business, every company have to think about what is my strategy, what is my future, my digital vision. If I don't know where to head, if I have no vision for the future, no digital vision, I think you are in big trouble.
Connectivity is actually bringing the possibility to optimize both transport efficiency and resources by actually making efficient traffic flows and also increase, for instance, the utilization of already existing infrastructure.
Today, urban areas and road congestions are tough traffic challenges for drivers, commuters and city planners. More and more cities restrict numbers of vehicles in city centres for environmental reasons. Gothenburg is one of the first cities worldwide which invests large sums into the electrification of buses. Here in Sweden's second largest city, electricity is operating fully electric buses along Route 55 in the crowded city centre.
Electromobility starts with addressing the need to create sustainable cities, reducing emission, reducing noise and so forth. Then of course the bus needs to be able to transport people in a safe way.
The project Electricity is a collaboration of 15 partners from industry, city planners and politics to solve this balancing act.
Urban transport has at the moment the most suitable driving patterns, with low average speed, less energy consumption, frequent start and stop with then high level of energy recuperation and suitable ranges, driving distances that will require less battery capacity.
Without a doubt, the first impression is of nearly complete silence. And, at second glance, one realizes that there are no exhaust fumes at all. The electric and the hybrid buses are charged at the end stops with renewable energy. They have an 80% lower energy consumption than a diesel bus. Thanks to electromobility, bus stops inside public buildings have become reality.
Being able to take the public transport and the bus indoors opens up for new ways of city planning, because we can bring public transport closer to people. We can bring buses in areas where we haven't been able to bring them before, because now they are silent.
Nothing's worse than a still-standing truck. Only a moving truck is a good truck for the haulers, their customers, and for road safety. Digitization has become an important enabler of modern mobility.
So with this connectivity technology, we will be able to reduce the number of unplanned stops. We will be able to reduce service costs, and it will also improve road safety with less trucks standing still on the road.
A look behind the scenes.